what's her name? Oh, Liz Martinez and Jan Grist. Um, do I have a motion to, uh, yeah, do we have any public comment for closed session? Okay. So, let's, take this show on the road. All right. All in favor? Okay. So let's hit the road, Jack. Right? Isn't that what I say? Okay. All right, I'd like to get the meeting started. It's 6:11. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Let's call the meeting into order. It's 6:11. Roll call. Uh, Tim O'Connor, Kathy Toasty, Cheryl Rios, Liz Martinez,
Presente.
and Jan Grist. I'm here.
Jen Grist, aquí estoy.
Okay. Um, let's do. Do we have any public? Oh, do we have? Yes, I was about to say, do we ready to do a flag salute? Liz, you want to lead us, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. We don't have any announcements from closed session. Oh, wait, we have yes, we have a community and student staff recognition.
And this is our chance to just publicly acknowledge them, what it means for them to win the PAWS Student of the Month. The PAWS stands for, well, students, why don't we tell them? What do we say every single day? What is our school pledge? What do we say? I pledge to be. Perfect. Well, there you go. So each of these students was recognized by their grade level, not just their classroom, but the entire grade level, that they were the students that exemplified being positive, being aware, being welcoming, being safe every single day, day in, day out. I mean, I could say something
Okay. Now we have nominations and action on board policy subcommittee. Yes. Now we need an okay. We're now going to do number 8, nominations and action on board policy subcommittee. Sure. Okay, are we back on? All right. So, nomination and action on board policy subcommittee. Someone has to take over here for me. I don't know what we're doing here.
Policy recommendations, now would be the time. Or if you have any questions, we could also discuss those at this time.
Well, I've been told that I have been nominated as one of the trustees, so I will take that nomination, and I'll be happy to work with someone else.
Jan, you blew my speech. So I would like to nominate Jan Grist to be on the policy committee for editing our board policies and our administrative regulations. These come to us monthly. There's a lot of board policies and administrative regulations that have to be tweaked because there's been lawsuits in California. We get suggested edits from the California School Board Association attorneys, and we seriously take their edits into consideration. But we also have to look at the board policies and administrative regulations very, very carefully to make sure that they're applicable to our community, to the Hollister School District. And the reason I'd like to nominate Jan Grist, to be on this committee, is she has depth of knowledge, she has history in our district, and she's an extremely good editor. And I think that she would be an excellent person to be nominated for this, but we do need one other person.
Yes.
I just love the way everybody's.
I'd like to nominate Cheryl Rios. I think she would also be fabulous as a team with Jan. I think that they make a great duo.
Thank you. I accept.
It's a lot of work, that's why we're snickering, it's a lot of work.
So we have 2 nominations,
Yes.
so do we have a second? Second, okay, I make the second. So, Jan, you have to take the vote.
Oh, okay, so, Kim O'Connor, your vote.
Yes.
Kathy Toasty.
Yes.
Cheryl Rios. Liz Martinez. Jan Grist, yes. Okay, we got our committee. Proclamation declaring January 2026 School Board Recognition Month.
Okay. Good evening. Along with the California School Boards Association and on behalf of the Hollister School District community, we take this opportunity to recognize the Board of Trustees and proclaim January 2026 as School Board Recognition Month. I would like to read the proclamation, if I may. It'll just take a minute. So here we go. School Board Recognition Month. Whereas an excellent public education system is vital to the quality of life for all California citizens and communities. And whereas a Board of Education members are committed to students, believe that all students can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the
Is it chocolate?
I wish. So it is let me read it to you. It is a wind chime for you to hang at home. The message on the wind chime says, "May the melody of the chimes echo in your heart, reminding you how deeply you are appreciated." Thank you. Enjoy that.
Thank you.
And Board President Grist, we have your gift en route.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Okay, we do not have any announcements from closed session. I need a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor, let's see. Let's see, I'm trying to remember, Kim O'Connor, do you approve?
Yes.
Kathy Toasty,
Yes.
Cheryl Rios,
Yes.
Liz Martinez,
Yes.
and Jan is a yes. So we've approved. Any public comments?
Yes, we have 4 public comment cards. And as the clerk, as the speaker, please come up to the podium. Please state your name for the record. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on any agenda item on the agenda tonight. I also want to, board policy 9323, speakers are advised that their speech may be open to civil liability, defamation, etc. if it involves complaints against staff. Speakers in this instance are encouraged to speak with the complaint officer or the superintendent about the complaint process. Policy 1312.1. The first speaker is Bianca Esperanza.
It's actually Bianca Esparza.
Esparza, I'm sorry.
No worries. Well, good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Bianca Esparza, and I'm a parent at Calaveras Elementary. My child is in 2nd grade, and he's been there since TK. I'm here tonight because I care deeply about how district's resources are being used, and whether if they are truly reflecting the needs of our children. I recently learned that approximately $12,000 is being allocated towards trapping and sterilizing cats. I also learned there is a nonprofit organization willing to trap the cats for free and relocate them at no cost to the district. If that is true, I respectfully ask why the district's funds are being spent when a free and humane alternative is available. I'm bringing this up not to diminish animal welfare, but to highlight priorities. Tonight, I am requesting that the district take actions to bring a multi-purpose building to Calaveras Elementary School. A space for children can safely do PE, gather, learn during rainy weather, extreme heat, and cold days like these. Right now, when the weather is bad, students lose access to PE and structured movement. Not all students can fit into the library, and many classes end up having to stay in their classroom instead. Without a multi-purpose building, extreme weather means our children lose PE and a safe place to move. Other schools in this district have multi-purpose buildings to support students year-round. Calaveras does not, and that feels deeply unfair for our children. Movement, safety, and consistency are not extra. They are essential, especially for young children who are still developing physically, emotionally, and socially. So my questions tonight are simple. What funds are currently allocated or available specifically for Calaveras Elementary? Has a multi-purpose building ever been formally considered, proposed, or placed on a timeline? And if not, why? And at what cost is it? And if it's a cost barrier, why are we not eliminating unnecessary spending with free alternatives that are being offered? As a parent, we pay taxes with the understanding that these funds will directly benefit our children and their learning environment. I am not asking for luxuries, I am asking for equality. I would like to also know what steps can parents take to help push this forward. Is it a petition, a grant opportunity, side council action, or a community partnership? I am willing to help, but I need transparency and direction. Tonight, I'm asking that the board to reevaluate the $12,000 on CAP program in light of the nonprofit free service, open a transparent discussion about fundings and facilities at Calaveras Elementary to explore and planning a
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Amanda Chiago? Chiago.
Thank you.
Good
to thank you and to celebrate some good news. So I'm here to thank you for our ongoing partnership and provide a brief mid-year update. Currently, our collaborative arts education program is reaching 3,800 students across 6 sites. Our teaching artists recently joined district art teachers for a productive professional development day focused on rigor, ensuring a strong continuous scope and sequence for our students, which was really, really exciting as we move forward and build this partnership is how do we make sure that all of these programs are really cohesive. We're seeing remarkable growth. Students are becoming more skilled in their techniques, and we are actively diversifying our lesson plans, our delivery to reflect cultural relevance and make sure that all mediums are being represented. In these challenging times, these programs serve as a vital outlet for expression, supporting students' health and wellness, and ensuring equity in the arts and reflecting equity through these lesson plans and the delivery. I'm especially excited to announce our 3rd grade percussion program launched yesterday. And it's being led by Dana Parker. She's a very talented local performer and arts advocate. Every 3rd grader will complete 15 weeks of rhythm and technique training, culminating in a joint performance with the middle and high school. Again, reflecting that continuous scope and sequence for students. Additionally, next month we launch a pilot program at R.O. Hardin that includes theater and movement, where students will engage in bilingual playwriting and performance. Beyond the classroom, we're really excited to be looking toward the future for the arts workforce. In collaboration with Monterey and Santa Cruz counties, we're implementing the VAPA pipeline project right now. This is funded by the California Jobs First initiative through an Uplift grant. This project aims to create a diverse, qualified education workforce in the arts. We invite you to share your expertise in an upcoming focus group to help shape this regional plan. These are meant to directly impact specific jobs here in our area. Finally, please mark your calendars for the County Art Showcase, which is coming up in April 9th from 4 to 7, where you'll get to see an incredible array of the artwork produced by Hollister School District students. The majority is from these programs that we are partnering with the district on. This year we're working on really making sure that there's all different types of art and that lots of students get to represent diverse projects, and so we're aiming for like no repeat projects. And I just want to thank you for your continued support and partnership. We're always eager to be in conversation with the district, with teachers, with parents. It's great working with Colleen. She's a great representative to kind of help us keep evolving these programs to serve the needs of the district. We do believe we have shared values as students, and I'd invite you to visit some classrooms to see these programs in action. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Felix.
Good evening. I want to thank you guys all for your time tonight. Good evening. My name is Caitlin. I'm a member of Cat Crew California, a local animal rescue. One of our core missions is TNR, Trap, Neuter, and Return. It's the nationally recognized humane and effective methods for managing feral cat colonies. The past 3 years, Cat Crew California worked directly with Mays Middle School with the knowledge of the principal, using our own time, funds to humanely manage the cats on campus. During that time, we spayed and neutered 22 cats, vaccinating them, treating them for fleas, placing several into barn homes, and found loving homes for many. This resulted in a stable, non-breeding colony of approximately 14 to 15 cats. After the district hired ADM, Animal Damage Management, the colony has been reduced to 4 cats. At this time, numerous neighborhood pets have gone missing. We are not here tonight to debate whether the district had concerns about the cats on school property. We understand safety concerns. We are here to address how this issue was handled illegally, inhumanely, and without transparency. Under California law, feral cats are not considered wildlife. Public statements claiming these cats were being relocated raised serious legal concerns, including potential violations of California Penal Code 597, which prohibits cruelty to animals, including animal abandonment. San Antonio County Ordinance 13.01.005 also requires stray animals to be properly reported. There is no evidence that Hollister Animal Control was contacted before lethal pest controls were hired. The district has also referenced wildlife and burrowing animals. However, under California Code, Title 14, Section 465.5, wildlife may not be relocated. Companies like ADM are required to kill all the animals they are trapped. Most importantly, ADM is not legally permitted to trap or remove feral cats at all. ADM employs lethal methods including carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide fumigation, which causes prolonged suffering. ADM does not scan for microchips, meaning owned pets may be killed with no attempt at identification. This is where the district failure is the clearest. Cat crew should have been contacted, and we would have secured barn homes for these cats at no cost to the district, resolving concerns humanely and responsibly. That option was ignored. Instead, the district spent publicly funds to quietly kill cats without informing or engaging the community. On September 19, 2025, the Hollister School District paid ADM $12,000 for these services. This is a gross misuse of district funds at this time when our school desperately needs resources for students and staff. Taxpayers' money should be spent responsibly, transparently, and in benefits our students. If the district claims these cats were relocated, we urge the board to demand documentation from ADM. We ask whether proof of full records of all animals captures were required, and we urge an investigation into how many owned pet cats have been illegally taken and euthanized. We urge the board to immediately terminate all ADM contracts involving cats, including the current contract at Sunnyslope Elementary, and to commit to humane, lawful, and transparent solutions ongoing. The public deserves accountability, and these animals deserve better. Thank you. Thank you for your Daria Sanchez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Olvidalia Sánchez. Yo formo parte del grupo de padres que desean lo mejor para nuestros hijos. Hoy no estamos aquí para pedir nada, estamos aquí para darles las gracias por el programa NES. Como padres, lo más importante para nosotros es que nuestros hijos estén bien y aprendiendo. Sabemos que gracias al programa NES, donde los maestros experimentados ayudan a los maestros nuevos, casi todos los maestros eligen quedarse en nuestras escuelas, aumentando la tasa de retención de maestros al 94.5%. Estamos seguros de que este dinero se está invirtiendo muy bien. Cuando un maestro tiene a alguien que lo guíe, se siente más seguro, más valorado y es más probable que se quede. Esto ayuda a que nuestros hijos tengan un salón de clases tranquilo y estable. Para que esto siga funcionando bien como padres, preguntamos, ¿qué podemos hacer nosotros para que los maestros nuevos se sientan bienvenidos, apoyados por nuestra comunidad? ¿Cómo se asegurarán ustedes de que este apoyo para los maestros auxiliares continúe en el futuro por el bien de nuestros hijos? Nuestro compromiso es estar aquí apoyando al distrito y a los maestros. Cuidar de nuestros maestros es la mejor manera de cuidar a nuestros hijos. Muchas gracias por escucharnos y por trabajar junto con nuestras familias.
Dear board members and Superintendent Sanchez, I am part of a group of parents who want the best for our children. Today, we aren't here to ask for anything. We're here to say thank you for the NEST program. As parents, the most important thing to us is that our children are doing well and learning. We know that thanks to the NEST program, where experienced teachers help other new teachers, almost all teachers choose to stay in our school, increasing the teacher retention rate to 90.5%. We are sure that this money is being spent very well. When a teacher has someone to guide them, they feel most confident and more valued and likely to stay. This helps our children have a calm and stable classroom. To keep this working well, as parents, we ask, what can we do to make new teachers feel welcome and supported by our community? How will you make sure this support for teachers and ACE keeps going in the future for the good of our children? Our commitment is to be here, supporting the district and the teachers. Taking care of our teachers is the best way to take care of our children. Thank you very much for listening and for working together with our families.
That's it, Kim.
Oh, those are wonderful. Let's now go to communications, and we'll hear from the Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association.
Hello, board. Good evening. Good evening.
Good
evening. I'm Ethan.
I know the button and you gotta turn it on.
Some members are telling us that it's hard to hear on the YouTube that's being streamed right now.
There you go.
Good evening. I'm Ethan Cristobal. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Sanchez. I am a third grade teacher at R.O. Hardin. And Rachel asked me to come speak to you regarding our ongoing concerns over R.O. Hardin sharing a campus with Hollister Prep. Last spring, to my recollection, R.O. Hardin teachers were hopeful that there was a solution coming, even if it might be on the horizon, even if it was on a distant horizon. The no vote that the board had at renewing HPS's lease started a conversation that echoed our concerns at R.O. Hardin for as long as I've been there. Three of you even approached me in the parking lot and expressed your concern and a hope to find a solution for the problems that sharing this campus with HPS presents. I know HPS feels the same pain because several of their staff members approached me on campus trying to find, was there some way we could help each other, like find a solution? And I know they had their hands tied, and we did too, but we expressed, look, there's something we can do to help, let's work together. The hardships have been shared with you many, many times, and I don't want to belabor the point. But I do want to highlight some concerns that really hurt us, that we really feel at R.O. Hardin. We can't grow in our current situation, even if we needed to. There's no room free. We are using every corner that we possibly can. We have 2 art teachers who are sharing a corner of a supply closet to do all their prep work. So I'm guessing they probably take a lot home, and they're using it mostly for storage, but when they're in there, they're bumping into each other in that small supply closet, just the corner that they have. Our teachers, make use of every space we possibly can. Our path intervention system, which you know about very well, if we needed to grow, they would be pushed out of space. If we had to have another classroom, they would have to figure out how to make that work with even less space than they already have. We have no dedicated PE teacher, and so we're forced to do PE in far-flung corners of the field or some pocket little corner of the playground many times because HPS has 2 PE teachers and they stake their spots out on the playground, on the field, and we get what's left. When we had a PE teacher, they had to fight for space. But without a dedicated PE teacher, we have no way to stake out space. We have no way to make sure we have enough space to do PE for our students. We go wherever we can fit. We do whatever we can because whatever's left is what we have. Parking continues to be a problem and traffic problems because there's 2 schools fighting to get there. HPS has done a great job of trying to move their schedule around, but there's always conflicts. And sometimes because we don't work for the same district, because we don't have the same boss, the parents have, and the community that comes to pick up their students has different allegiances to who they need to listen to. So even when we're like, can you please move, we still have, you can see them here, a lot of students who are waiting for their parents to come pick them up. I don't have to move. And so we're having problems. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. And like I highlighted, the biggest hurdle is we're 2 separate entities. We don't share an employer, we don't share a unified vision. They have their vision, we have our vision. We wave to each other across the hallway, but there's no real congeniality because we don't work for the same people. In many ways, we're at odds with each other because we both want more space. We both want to do things the way we want to do things, and that does not give a shared community. That's 2 communities fighting in a very limited space. We're just staking out territory and trying to make things work the best we can, but we're really at odds with each other. I hope you haven't forgotten R.O. Hardin. I hope that solutions and plans are being sought to resolve this vexing and unfortunate problem. Thank you.
I also wanted to say thank you to the board. We both did, as the former HESTA president and then of course as the current HESTA president. We thank you for this opportunity to dialogue with you and have a space on the agenda. We appreciate the opportunity to highlight issues like this, which we know are on your radar. Do you have any questions for us about this particular issue? Because I know that we can answer questions.
I have a couple of questions. So do you know how many rooms, and office size rooms HPS has on their side of the campus? And then how much have they encroached into the R.O. Hardin side?
I don't know exactly. I could ask Lilia. I'm sure she would have a better count. I know the section of campus that's to the north of the multi-purpose room. For as long as I've been there, that's been all HPS all day long. When I first came, they had maybe 3 or 4 classrooms in the last wing closest to the field on the southern end. And they have slowly moved down until now all we have is the 3 portables that are closest to Line Street and the 2 classrooms across where the gate goes out to the field at that side. The 2 classrooms there, that's where our 2 intervention classes are. We share the multi-purpose room and they have all the rooms, like I said, to the north of the multi-purpose room.
Okay. And you share the multi-purpose room?
Yes, which is, last year it was a horrible situation when we would have rainy days because we were literally at each other's throats, not literally, but we were figuratively at each other's throats because we both wanted to have our students eating in the multi-purpose room, but there's only so much time and overlap where all those groups could be filtered in and out of the multi-purpose room. So often one of us would have to have kids eating in the classroom. So luckily schedules got moved around where there's enough free time around both schedules where kids can eat in the multi-purpose room. I'm not exactly sure what's going on the HPS side, but I know the R.O. Hardin kids have been able to eat in the multi-purpose room when the weather doesn't permit us to eat where we normally eat.
Okay, thank you.
Jan, do you have any questions?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you very much, and we do look forward to having a permanent spot on your agenda and highlighting more site-specific issues, just like we did here with R.O. Hardin. So thank you very much, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Forward to
you
it very much.
PTA, you're up next.
Good evening, board members, cabinet members, as well as the audience. My name is Adela Ruiz. I am the CSE president for Chapter 625. I'm here on behalf of our members to acknowledge and thank the Board of Trustees for supporting the California Schools Employee Summer Assistance Program. We had talked about it, I believe, back in September when it was approved. As we collaborate with the district leadership on rolling out the program to start in August. Our members have expressed genuine excitement about this opportunity and a strong hope that the CESPA can remain an ongoing resource that they can rely on each year. Every local educational agency that has participated in the program has continued its involvement, recognizing the immediate and meaningful value it provides to classified employees at an extremely low cost to the employer. As a state-sponsored program, access to the CESPA is especially critical for working families, offering support that strengthens both employees' well-being and place work stability. We are grateful to the human resource and business teams for their diligence and collaboration in ensuring a smooth implementation, and the board for helping pave the way for this important benefit to reach our employees. We're equally excited to, I believe it already started, the implementation of the Boost program, as it also provides new employees with the opportunities to feel welcome and part of the school community. So I just wanted to also thank you for allowing us to be part of the board agenda. This is a great opportunity to be able to create dialogue. If you have any questions for me.
No, I think the summer assistance, as you stated, you know, I think it's a huge financial benefit for our classified employees that don't always get to work during the summer. And it's hard for them to find somewhere to work for 1 month. Right. And they're unable to collect unemployment. So that sometimes that hardship is a financial hardship, and it's right before school. So I think the ability to do this program and the ability to, you know, you put in and the state could possibly match dollar for dollar what you put in, is an amazing opportunity. And I'm just very proud of the Hollister School District for doing this pilot program for classified, and I think we're going to see a tremendous amount of benefit from it.
It's been boosting the morale of our employees.
Mm-hmm.
So they're really excited. They can't believe that the state would actually match up to $1. So that's always important. Even if it's a small amount for them, it becomes a bigger amount at the end of the participation period.
I'm glad we were able to offer that for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Reports. We have the district facilities projects and funding.
Excuse me, I came quicker than I thought. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me again this evening. I'm gonna present to you a very brief and to the point report here this evening on some of the things that we did last quarter for the facilities, projects-wise. So, as we all know, you know, this last quarter before, during the summertime, we completed quite a bit of projects, and I did share those. So some of this is gonna sound very familiar to most of us here because we are in phase 2, phase 3 of those various projects. So I'll go ahead and jump right in. As we all know, the big one that's coming up is going to be our central kitchen construction project. We know that that footprint is going to be here at the district office location. It's going to be pretty much mid-property here on the district office site. It's about a roughly 5,000 square foot building, and there is a rendering. The architect just sent us a rendering of kind of a design of what it's going to look like, so similar to the Cube project. So we're excited to kick that off early spring this year. So it's going to be exciting. So there's that. And then we go to our 2025 last quarter completed projects. And again, these ones are going to sound familiar to everyone because it is basically phase 2 of our carpet installs. We focused primarily over at Calaveras School, HDLA School, and moving forward during this summer, we're looking to do Margaret Mays and Sarah Vista. So there's quite a few classrooms over at those schools that need new carpet, so we're getting into phase 3 of that project, and I'm anticipating it probably ending at phase 5. So there's quite a few other locations of the district to do. Also, campus roof repairs. It looks like we were able to get to all of the schools that have the terracotta tile. So there were several areas as we encountered the last heavy rains. You know, there's been some leaks. So in our efforts to mitigate and resolve those leaks, We had to pull the roof tile off and locate it and seal those areas, plug all the holes, and then put new roof tile in place. So we were able to do that at Calaveras, Mays, HDLA, and Cerro Vista. If anyone drove on Cesar Chavez back behind Cerro Vista, you were able to see where, I think, who was it? Cheryl, you mentioned about the kids getting up on the roof and running around up there. You know, so they destroyed quite a bit of tiles up on the roof there. So, you know, so we were able to replace all those. So that's the picture of the backside of Cerro Vista that you see there. That was probably the largest one we did throughout the district. And the others required a little bit of expertise on behalf of the contractors that were able to get up there and plug some of those holes. So we're crossing our fingers come the next rain that we're not going to have any of those issues, but if they do arise, we do have some experts that are willing to come out and take care of us for that kind of stuff. So, and then another large-scale project, which I'm very excited to announce, is the interior air quality improvement. There were some ionized technology, iWave products that were installed at every single air handler, so every single unit in the district, district-wide. So you can imagine at some sites there were over 40, some over 50, and we were able to do the district office as well. So that's going to mitigate any kind of airborne things that are such as mold and COVID and flu virus and any other kind of virus you can think. So it basically, the technology basically, you know, mitigates that at the source in all the HVAC systems that we have in each one of our schools. So these kinds of units are installed in clean rooms, hospitals, so it's a tried and true product. So we're excited that we were able to complete that during the last break. We worked over the weekends, several weekends for that, so our contractor was willing to come in and not disturb any classrooms or any instruction that was taking place. So that was exciting to get that completed. Any questions about any of the projects that were completed during this time? Yes?
So your carpet replacement, you're just doing certain rooms that you determine, you're not doing whole schools?
So we didn't determine that. We had a company come out and they did an assessment. So we walked through basically every single school, every single classroom primarily, and looked at the condition of the carpet. So whether there was a safety concern, a tear, a fray or something in the carpet, or whether it was just something that was stained to the point that was beyond repair, beyond cleaning. You know, so there's an assessment that goes into that determination of how many years it would be before we replace that carpet. So some required 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and then there's a color-coded system that tells us basically from green to red and everything in between. That tells us how many years it would take before we replace a certain carpet in a certain classroom. So all the ones that we've done are according to that assessment that we completed. So it wasn't myself or any other district staff member, you know, that determined that. It was the professionals that came out, looked at it, and were able to determine what carpets were necessary in replacement. So we're following that as we go throughout the district, and again, there's several more to do, and we're just going to embark upon phase 3 of probably 5 or 6 phases, I'm thinking, of carpet replacement. So I'm finding that the best time to do that is during the summer. We've you know, done it during breaks, and there's just a lot of logistics and manpower that goes into it, especially, you know, when folks are taking time off and want to be with their families, you know, especially our staff, our custodial staff, or our maintenance staff, you know, as well as our, you know, educational partners. You know, they want to be at home with their families. So we're moving all these projects to the summer when we can tackle them better and we have the time and the manpower to do so.
But you have done some during the school year.
We have.
Right. And are there concerns about vapors from the new rug or the glue that's holding it down? Is there a time period where you shouldn't be walking on it, you know, because of the glue, that sort of thing?
No, it's something that when the contractor comes through and does any kind of glue or laying of any kind of carpet, you know, similar to what you see here, I mean, normally they go with the rule of like any kind of pest treatment or anything like that. It's usually about 4 hours before any fumes or anything like that, they're non-toxic, that dissipate. So we follow the rule for glue as well, even though it's less, you know, harmful or toxic in some cases. I mean, we're very you know, aware of what not to use at certain school site, you know, on a school site or a campus or anything like that, but we haven't had any issues, none that I've heard of. And usually it's done during a time period where there's at least a few days before anybody enters back into that classroom. So it's usually not a day or two turnaround, it's usually about 3 or 4 days in most cases that we found. So we try to do it during, you know, for instance, like if we were gonna do it during the ski week, we would start at the beginning of the week and probably be done on a Wednesday or Thursday prior to anybody returning on a Monday. So there's plenty of time in between.
So I had a question on the last bullet, the interior air quality improvement, that was installed in the HVAC. So were the HVAC units themselves evaluated for age, condition, and replacement prior to doing the install so that we could possibly focus on getting those replaced and then doing this upgrade to the system?
So yes, that's a great question. So yes, it was. All the systems were evaluated during the facilities needs analysis that was done a few years ago. When the company came through and they did that district-wide and they looked at every single unit, they looked at a lot of the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, you know, equipment or materials or anything like that that we have in the schools. So yes, they were evaluated for age, and yes, there are quite a few that are older units. The amazing thing about this product is it's something that can be taken out and put back into a new unit. So it's very plug and play, if you will. It requires an electrician, it requires an HVAC professional to install it, but it is something that can be removed and put into another unit if we were to go the route of replacing any kind of air handlers or any kind of HVAC units in our schools. So we make sure of that. I will add that it has a 3-year warranty on it for any, you know, parts or service or anything like that. So, and then we're on a maintenance schedule where the company that installed comes and checks to make sure that the system's still working properly in each one of those units. So we got into a pretty good deal. And of course, it's, you know, if we talk about the safety and well-being of our staff and our students, it was absolutely necessary coming into the winter season. You know, so we were able to get it done right before, I think, during when the flu season would hit. We felt it was absolutely necessary to do something like that.
Are we still using those little portable?
In some cases, most are. Yeah, I think most are. They are the purifiers. Yeah.
Okay, so this wasn't to replace those?
No, I think it's in addition to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's in addition to. I would encourage those who feel comfortable still using the purifiers to use them. I think this is something that's certainly dedicated more towards, you know, because of the installation of it and because of what it does. I think it was necessary to put, like, in the air handlers, like I said, in throughout our HVAC system, that when that system runs, that's working.
Yeah.
Rather than it being a purifying type of a unit that's set in the corner of a room and running, which is somewhat effective for the square footage that it's rated for, but I think this is a more effective approach to, you know, making sure that our students and staff are safe, and, you know.
Because those units have a filter.
They do.
And they're quite costly.
They do, especially the
That's
Austins.
why I wasn't sure if we,
Yeah.
you know, if we were, the intent was to kind of get those out and kind of minimize the cost, or keeping them because we got them for COVID. So the replacement of the filters is around now because it's about every 5 years.
That's right. Yeah, especially the Austin ones, the large box
Yes.
ones, type ones. Yes,
Yes.
that's right. I think, again, I think in addition to, I think if one were to remove that Austin filter, I think they would be perfectly fine. These are commercial grade. They're rated for the square footage that we put them in for each classroom. So there's a little bit of time and effort that went into that, and making sure that we're putting the right units in, you know, the right places to mitigate any possible, you know, illnesses or mold buildup or anything like that.
Do these units add any additional noise to the classroom?
They do not. They are completely silent. Anybody else hear that?
Yeah.
It's coming through the.
Any other questions? No? Okay, we can move on to 2026 summer projects. And these are just a few. These aren't, certainly I have a whole list that I could share with you, but just for the sake of time and being respectful of others that have to give presentations, I'm not going to go through the 14 or 15 that I have. But this summer is certainly going to be a busy summer for the facilities department in terms of projects. both maintenance, grounds, and, you know, I guess capital or facilities projects, we call them. But some of the honorable mentions here, of course, you know, in the other phase 3 of carpet installations at our classrooms, again with the focus on Mays and Sierra Vista schools. So we're looking forward to doing that. Interior lighting upgrade project, we're going to focus on Mays. There's quite a bit of lights over at Mays that need to be upgraded to LED. So we're going to do that. We're going to methodically go through to each school, but Mays is probably the one that's going to require the most amount of effort, most amount of work in the district, so we're going to start there. So we're going to do that, and we're going to see how we do during the summer, and then that'll determine for the next summer how many schools we're able to get on the list to upgrade interior lighting to LED lighting. So we're going to get rid of the 2 ballast type lights, and we're going to go to all LED lights, so we're excited about that. Kitchen flooring, we want to do all of our warming kitchen floors. There's the majority of them in the district at each campus are in need of flooring replacement. Some of it's failing, some of it's just getting to a point where it's exceeded its lifespan, so it's time. So we're going to go through. I've been working with Patty on choosing some material to go down on the floor, so we're excited to present that to the board when the time comes, and hopefully we can get it approved and we can get that installed during the summer if the board sees necessary. Also, another one we're excited about is the campus gymnasium flooring at both of our gymnasiums, both Rancho and Mays. Mays has VCT, it's vinyl tiles. Those have pretty much exceeded their lifespan. They're really slippery. Our guys go through and do a great job of trying to clean and strip, and they're just stripped down to basically nothing now. So they're starting to kind of fail in some areas, and we feel it's necessary to put a different product down there that's going to be something that's going to make sense moving forward for all the sports that are played in there, and all the activity that takes place throughout the year with all of our civic permits, rentals, and all that stuff. So we're looking forward to doing that both at Rancho and at Mays. Rancho has the sheet vinyl, and that stuff is, if anybody's been in there, you just kind of know what it looks like now. It's exceeded its lifespan. So there's a particular flooring that we're looking into that I'll share with the board when that time comes. So of course, if we feel it's something that the board wants to approve, then that would be a fantastic addition to our gymnasiums.
So the only question is, communicating this with our site so that they can prepare, right? If they're gonna have folks doing projects on site, and then the gym, of course, our community, right? That they're just gonna be shut down for repairs, and they're just not gonna be available. But I think giving them a heads up so that they can plan accordingly, I think would be good for us to do that.
Agreed, absolutely, yeah. We've put a little bit of thought to that now. I mean, I don't want to get too far ahead without thinking that we're going to do this without board approval. So it's something that we're going to bring to the board, but we're certainly being proactive and thinking ahead. We're tracking probably the gymnasiums being not able to be used probably for about 3 weeks to a month, just to let everything get installed properly, let it settle. There is a type of flooring that I'm going to present to the board that I think the board would be excited to see go into the gymnasiums that will probably outlive most all of us in this room.
Part of, the gym inside are the bleachers as well. So are any of those being considered?
The bleachers would have to be removed.
Okay.
Yeah, just about
everything
everything in
has
that
to be
gym is
cleared out.
complete. It's a complete demolition of the existing flooring entirely.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'd have to certainly get underneath the bleachers and pull those out, any tables or anything like that. So it's going to cover the entire square footage of the gymnasiums. And then particularly at Mays, right? I mean, it makes sense because it's kind of somewhat used as a multi-purpose gymnasium room, right? So the idea would be to replace the carpet there as well as the curtains there also. So I mean, there's a need there. So we're looking at every aspect when we go into these spaces. And then again, I get excited about talking about this, but I'll spend too much time up here talking about locker rooms and other things and bathrooms and things that we want to do as well. But these are just some of the honorable mentions that we're looking forward to do that we think will make an immediate impact in the district. If we talk improvements, and other things like that. So, any questions?
Will the new flooring improve the acoustics?
It absolutely will. Yeah, and I'm not going to say any more than that because I'm excited to present what it's going to be when that time comes. But yes, it will. It's going to be a specialized flooring that is for play and for acoustics.
The maintenance.
And maintenance as well, yes, it's gonna cover, so I'll give a report to the board and share, about the specifics of each of these, projects.
Question about furniture. In the facility study, they talked about some of the schools need furniture. Have you done an assessment on that?
There has, to some extent, President Grist, we did, one particular school we looked into, and we do have, a number of chairs and tables and, desks and different things, that we would like to, you know, possibly at some point maybe present to the board. So I do have, a company that I've been talking to that's, gonna work with us to start that process.
Okay, good.
Karen, I do have one other question. With all of the work that's gonna be going on during the summer that you mentioned, carpets, lights, kitchen floors, gym floors, those are all gonna be done by, independent contractors, right?
Correct.
Are you going to need any of your guys to help with that?
Absolutely, it's definitely a cooperation, and we will, need the help of our maintenance and ground staff and custodial staff alike. So everyone's gonna have a hand in it, which is great, and that's kind of our approach and what we've been doing. So, and it's worked, so I think we'll continue to do that, because we
How
want.
will that impact what they're supposed to usually do during the summer, like the shampooing and, you know, the re-waxing and those kinds of things? Is there gonna be an impact to that? Or like with the bigger schools, HDLA, you won't ask them to help or something like
Well,
that?
yeah, I mean, if it's something that the maintenance or grounds crew can help us with, you know, and we can all kind of lend a helping hand from the facilities standpoint or operations, you know, facilities and operations, rather than involve the custodial staff, you know, that's gonna impact their workload. I mean, they're fantastic about helping, about moving furniture and doing stuff, and I mean, they can do it lickety-split. I mean, they're really quick about doing it, but the intention certainly is not to impact their workload. But I think it lends for maybe a discussion a little further if it were something that was that we thought, or Superintendent Sanchez might want to consider if it were to impact, and I'll share that information with her. Like, for instance, how many days it's going to take to do a particular project, and then we can determine, you know, if that's going to be an impact or a workload increase on someone. So we're certainly mindful of that. Again, you know, during the times when our maintenance and or ground staff is doing their normal maintenance on the buildings, at the particular campuses, you know, they're so great as to be able to peel off and go take care of this and still come back and take care of a few work tickets. So very conscientious approach to taking care of the work tickets, but also being mindful when it comes to project-based stuff and not impacting anybody's workload. Absolutely, yeah. Anybody else?
Okay.
No? Okay.
All right, thank you, Aaron.
Do we have the financial aspect of the
Oh, yes.
report?
Sorry.
That's okay, I remind you all the way.
Good evening, and, can you bring up the financial?
I don't have it off the ground.
Board members have it in front of you.
It's on the agenda.
Okay, it's not on our screen.
Is that the facility expense report?
Yes. Just wanna make sure we're all looking at it at the same time so that I'm not going off this way and then you find it, you have to catch up with me. Anybody's gonna check every music in your head right now? Just check. Oh, Elizabeth Martinez does. She's bebopping along with us too. It is so helpful on the screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right, this is an update of what you saw in, I believe it was September. We brought the facilities report to you. So this is as of December 31st. And you can see that for the year, we have spent $9,947,000. Let me rephrase that. We have either spent or we have purchase orders, contracts out for $9,947,000. The bulk of that is about $6 million, which is the central kitchen contract that we approved in a previous board meeting. And some of the items that Mr. Bezzetta was talking about, flooring, obviously carpeting is flooring. The air handlers can be found under HVAC. So we try and categorize those so that it's meaningful in the report, and we can pull things out very quickly to say this is what we're doing in facilities. The county office, by way of the county auditor treasurer, only just now posted June interest. So that's one of the big differences in what you saw in September versus now. So we've been through June, which was the end of the year, and we don't accrue that. We record that as soon as we receive it because they have been, the county treasurer has been typically very far behind, so it's not really meaningful and we really don't know what it's going to be. And it has fluctuated in previous years to be very, very low in some years and then come back up, and now it's settling back down. So at this point, this facility fund, these facility funds, which hold about $50 million, are 2 quarters short of interest. And the county is pulling in some pretty decent interest right now. It's not the highest it was a year and a half ago, but it's also not the lowest that it was 3 years ago when we got no interest. So that is helping that, those funds are in there, and so it sort of feeds it. And I will answer any questions that you have on this.
So I have a question on the city facility agreement. And it being, or having a balance of 2.3 million, because I know we don't get that from our agreement with the city.
That is an accumulation of the money that we get from the city.
Because it's like $300,000 and something per year. So that money, we've just been accumulating and setting it aside. We haven't utilized it.
Yes, it's kept in a capital outlay fund, a reserve for capital outlay for any improvements that may need to be done. So as an example, Mr. Bezzetta was talking about replacing flooring in 2 gyms. That would be a great source of funds for that, because that's where some of those funds were generated, was the city coming in and say using it for citywide basketball, and those teams, just using that as an example.
Okay.
Any other questions on the report?
And all the state matching funds, so, trying to think about how we could look for grants or find money to help pay for some of these things, like even the central kitchen. Because I know the high school got support from somewhere to build their union, student union, and I'm just wondering, is there money out there from the state that could provide us with support in paying for this?
The state facility grants, let's just talk in general about state facility grants. There's grants for new construction and there's grants for modernization. So what you see in here right now is essentially the repayment of the state on our older modernization grants, and that came in at about $14 million 2.5 years ago. And then we also got paid for the new construction and the state's match on Rancho Santana, and that came in last year. So that's sitting in the bond funds 212 is where that's sitting. And it is currently sitting in 212 with the resource 0000. That really just designates, we have not made a decision on how we're going to spend this money. When it goes to 9010, that's when we're spend it. And that's, at that point, we've said, okay, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this. I meet with Mr. Bezzetta and Cabinet, and we talk about these facility things that are coming up, and then I will transfer money from one to the other. But right now, what is sitting in 212-0000 does not have a decision made on it. So we have received all the state matching money that we're going to get for our facilities. Now going forward, If we decided that we wanted to, and I'm gonna be bold here, build a new school, why not? Let's talk about that when we did that in Rancho Santana. So it's still sort of fresh in some of our minds on how we did that. You have to actually apply to the state and have the eligibility for that. And our facilities master plan that is underway right now will come back to us and talk about eligibility that we have for various different school sites. And as we go into that, we would have to have plans and know what we're going to need. What is our eligibility that we could get for matching? Do we have money that we can put in for our matching? 40 from the state, 60 from the district. Would we take that 60% of the cost of whatever that new thing is we're going to build, and would we take it out of this $25, $26 million and then wait for the state to refund us? Now, when you go into the state facility fund or the state facility fund program, you do that application, and let's just say that we are approved. We were approved for our modernization grants, but we were approved and unfunded. We waited 7-8 years to get funded for that. Rancho Santana didn't take us quite as long on a new construction, but you go into a queue and you're behind everybody else who is in that queue before you on the funding round. Doesn't mean that you're not approved, but you have to wait for the funding to come up and for you to move on up in the funding round. We received our matching money for Rancho Santana last year because the state had enough funded bonds that it came down and the line was drawn below us, and so we got funded and everybody below the line is still waiting, and they're waiting for the next round of bonds to be sold. So it is, they're out there, there is funding. I don't know what our eligibility is, so I can't speak to what that funding might look like, nor can I talk to what, in my example, which may not be what we're looking for, what a new school might cost, okay? Because it's certainly not gonna cost what Rancho Santana cost. It's gonna cost a whole lot more. And depending on what it is that we wanna get matched, will they, there was some conversation tonight about multi-purpose rooms. Will they fund a multi-purpose room? You know, where are we in that? What does our income of our population look like? Would we qualify for hardship? When was the last time that we tried to pass a bond? You know, in order to qualify for hardship funding, you have to have at least attempted to pass a bond and have your community support you in that. The whole conversation about whether or not the community would support another bond is something completely different. But you can't think, oh, well, we're not going to go to our community, we're just going to go to the state, because you may not be funded within a reasonable amount of time. Please remember those modernization funds, it took us 7-8 years to get that funding, and we were held until then. And if we were to use the money that you see here to build whatever that new thing is going to be, then that money is gone, and you're waiting for it to come back from the state. And some of this money can be spent on anything, and some of this money is very particular on what it can be spent on. So for instance, in this $50 million, we show that we've got contracts out for nearly $6 million for the central kitchen. That can only be spent on the central kitchen. The board borrowed money and matched money for the central kitchen. And we can't turn around and spend it on anything else. You can't change, well, you could always change your mind, but you probably shouldn't change your mind because we're in the middle of a contract, okay? Other money you could probably do a lot more flexible things with, but if you go to developer fees, that's Fund 250, those can only be used on growth, right? You can't modernize a portable classroom with that. You can add a portable classroom with those funds. You can support new TK classes and the retrofitting of classrooms that used to be a different grade for TK, which we didn't have when those original classrooms were built with those funds, because that's a change in the growth, or it's growth and it's a change in the program. But you can't use it to build a multi-purpose room unless you can show you've got so much more growth. And growth and multi-purpose rooms are harder, it's a harder nexus to make than growth in new classrooms. Growth in new classrooms is a very easy thing to do because we can show what the population shifts. And so we could use that money, but we couldn't use it for just anything. So if we were to use that money for our match for that, you would be severely limited on anything else that we wanted to do that's on that facility needs basis. And I don't expect that when they're all done, or the facility master plan, when they're going to come in, that it's going to be substantially different, proportional to the funding that we have, than what we saw before, because our needs clearly outweigh our funding. Our currently held funding. It's a challenge, everybody's got that kind of challenge, and that's why you sit here and you weigh the pros and cons of different things.
I have a question. Getting back to developer fees, those are set in stone, or are they somewhat negotiable, or
They are not.
subject to inflation?
They are not negotiable. They are subject to increase every 2 years by the state of California, and we have to have a needs analysis done in order to increase our rates. So right now, they are cast in stone for the last facility needs analysis that we did, and we have been trying, quite frankly, to get another facility needs analysis completed for a year and a half, and the city has not had a priority in responding to some of the things that we need. And so we are sort of stuck in completing that facility needs analysis. So the state allocation board increases for things like inflation every 2 years. Right now, we charge $3.11 per square foot of new residential area that is built, like all the new school, or all the new houses that are coming in, or say you're going to add an extension or expansion to your own home. We charge $3.11. The state's rate, I don't even remember what the state's rate is right now, it just went up this last January. We are 2 rate increases behind where the state is, because we can't get that done. We have reached out in multiple different ways to the city, and there's certain parts of this that we need for that needs analysis that they are not responsible. They're busy, they have their own issues, but that's what's holding us up on changing those.
Superintendent Sanchez, would it be possible for you and Beth to meet with the new city manager and request that I'm speaking for myself, but maybe for all the board, request that this be expedited? This is very important.
Yes, if the board so desires, yes, absolutely.
I'm just curious how the high school is able to get that information so that they, I'm like.
And I asked that same question. I did.
And you didn't get an answer?
Well, I didn't get an answer that I could use.
Did I take chocolate?
I didn't take chocolate. Chocolate would work on me. I'm not sure that chocolate works on the city, and I'm not from Hollister.
Yeah.
So maybe you sort of need to be from Hollister. Let's be frank. I came from a small town. I know how small towns work, so.
Well, the new city manager started about 3 weeks ago.
Ooh.
I think we need to get right on her docket.
Yeah.
She could be our friend.
Sounds like a
Yes, that would be wonderful. That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Any other questions on this? I know we've taken more than our 10 minutes, so, but we're here to answer whatever you need.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Miss Jan, are you still with us? Jan?
Is she on?
Hi, Jan. Jan, do you want to take us into the next item?
The school accountability report?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. We are going to, in the next 50 minutes or so, review our school accountability report cards. We have our site administrators with us this evening. If just an overview of school accountability report cards. It's almost like a snapshot of the school, much like the LCAP is for the district. So it's not a deep dive. You'll see that in 5 months with the SIPSAS, the school single plan for student achievement by each school. This is more of a higher elevation. It'll say, give you information for you to consider and approve later on this evening. But tonight we're going to kick off with some presentations by each school site. They have 3 slides. They're going to be describing their goals that align with the LCAP. So they have 3 goals, and then they're going to talk about their priorities, and then their budget is captured in the last slide for each school. Do you have any questions for me before I give it to them? All right, Principal Woods, you're up.
Good evening, President Grist, members of the board, Superintendent Sanchez. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ken Woods, Principal at Calaveras and the Southern Achievement Academy. Continue. Yes, sir. I have a clicker. Up or down? God, I can't read it.
There you go. There you go. Right there. There it is.
So you're going to see, as Dr. Myers mentioned, that it's an overarching goal, and so they're very similar between Calaveras and AAA, as they're one site that I go to every day, although they are different. So in terms of goal 1 is about student success, supporting every student to achieve their personal best through high quality instruction, targeted support, and a positive learning environment. And staff success, building and supporting a highly effective, collaborative, and continuously improving staff who use evidence-based practices to improve student achievement. And then our parent and education and engagement to actively engage and educate parents as partners in their children's academic and social development. And the way that we are addressing these needs on the very first one, which was students, structured collaboration, data-driven planning, ongoing professional development, instructional coaching, positive collaborative staff culture, release time for teacher planning, tracking student progress regularly, and using MTS team for support. I can talk briefly about MTS. I'm sure that a lot of people are going to talk about it if you're unaware. It's multi-tiered systems of support. A long time ago, we called it a pre-SST meeting. Before SST meeting, you get the team of individuals there. We look at the students' strengths, areas of need, and it's a multidisciplinary team. At my site, we have the school psychologist, a resource specialist, a TOSA intervention teacher, myself, and a speech person. So we have a very broad range of people that are able to look at the student. We also include our nurse if there are any medical issues with the student, and we have our liaison there because our liaison knows everybody. So we start talking about somebody and they have like a whole history. So it's a very strong team, and it really helps. Research-based teaching strategies aligned to curriculum, integrate educational technology to support learning, ensure students have access to devices and internet, recognize and reward students for academic success. We use Cougar Gator cards, among other things. And then in our socio-emotional learning, capturing kids' hearts, we still use capturing kids' hearts. The strategies are just what we do, so they're sticking around. The Kelvin surveys, and then the use of MTS team for support. I forgot to mention we also have our mental health therapist is on our team as well. So with that team, we're able to support a lot of different students. Here is our budget. AA is a very small school, so the budget is not what you would see from Calaveras, and I think Calaveras is 3 times the budget that AA has. We're still able to get everything that we need, though. Okay. Go. Frozen. There we go. Calaveras, I'm going to be honest, these are the same. We have as AA. So one of the things that these are similar as well. One of the things that we do have different in Calaveras is our PDF program. We use Wilson. It's the same honest instruction, small group instruction, is a big part of that. We are unable to do that at Accelerated Achievement Academy, and I don't think there's as great a need as there is at Calaveras, especially with our early learners. Our goal is to have them reading by the time they get to 3rd grade. That's our goal, every kid to be able to read, but that's kind of the cutoff point. And we have made great gains in that area. I think a lot of schools have made great gains in this area using that PF program. Like I said, ours isn't called PF, it's Wilson, but it's the same idea. We have 6 instructional aides that go in and support TK through 2nd grade. They come into 3rd grade not as often, but they're still in there, just a smaller amount of time. Most of those, there's not quite the number a need that we have as we do with the younger grades. Any questions for me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Short and sweet.
I've got better luck than I did.
Did you just do the arrows?
I did the down.
The down arrow. The down
Down
arrow.
arrow.
I'll just go back and present for both.
Good evening, Board President Grist, and Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Sanchez, and everybody that's here in the audience. Thank you. I'm very excited to get to share what Sarah Vista is up to. And we're very similar in that our goals match the LCAP. So, of course, it's always student success, staff success, and truly parent success. Caregiver success. So we are playing with something relatively new this year in terms of our academic and social emotional success. In terms of, in the past, we've thought about like 5% gains. But when you look at the California dashboard, it comes out with points. And I thought just to align the language, we'd look at points. So in math, we increased by 9.8. In language arts, we've improved by 11 something or other. And it was interesting because they now have this new indicator that says accelerated growth and moderate growth, etc. Well, language arts with 11 was accelerated growth, and math with 9.8 was like moderate growth. So we thought we'd mess around with 10 this year. Think maybe that's the number. And you notice I put minus as well because we certainly don't want to grow 10 points for suspensions or chronic absenteeism. So that's why it says plus or minus there. So anyway, we want the kiddos to improve in all areas. We were super excited with our English language learner growth this year in 2025. And actually science as well, which makes my heart happy. However, chronic absenteeism is not so happy. So we want to look at all the levels, and we're looking at movement and path, in addition to CASP, STAR data, and Kelvin survey data. Also polling of the parents. They like polls on Parent Square. Anyway, staff success is supportive professional development, and we are judging whether this works based on the data from the students. And I did want to say really fast that in terms of staff success, we put supportive professional development, but it's also individualized because I'm sure most of the principals out here, we have teachers that have been teaching for 500 years and don't need classroom management anymore. Meanwhile, we have other teachers that are brand new or maybe new to the country, and they need MTSS, they need individual needs being met. And then finally, goal 3 is, of course, supporting our parents, both in participation and support. So as you see next in our priority needs, and the budget supports these needs. AVID, focusing on Tier 1 instruction. MTSS, we call it our Shark Tank meetings. They occur every single Thursday, and that's working on the individual needs of students. PBIS, behavioral expectations and awards. And you notice attendance keeps coming up in red because Lord in heaven, we need to work in attendance. So, fin time, this is something new for Sierra Vista this year. We have a 30-minute intervention block for math every day. It's been entertaining to get this going, and it's really going now, but I'll be honest, August and September were really hard. But it's going now. Professional development, and you'll notice the key here is actually one staff meeting a month is for committee work, which is AVID, MTSS, PBIS, and then we also have added a half-day rover, and that goes with the budget. That comes on Thursdays, not every Thursday, a few Thursdays a month, so that we can release our general education teachers to come to the MTSS meetings where all the people are sitting there discussing their children who they live with all day, right? Like they need to be at the table. Finally, parent involvement. We do, of course, walkthroughs with our school site council and ELAC members. Beginning of the year, PTO, ELAC, and school site council have a social, so we can kind of discuss what events are occurring, you know, just the who is who and who does what, and attendance, informational, and support meetings. Anyway, those are still forming and getting better. Volunteering opportunities, SEL trainings, and what I'm super proud of, this started in November. We have a mini pantry. Sierra Vista is not a community school, but we have a mini pantry and parents can come get food. And we're about to send out another Give and Gather, so our parents donate foods to our pantry, and then we invite our families that need it. And it's interesting because we've actually pulled more families than we knew actually needed food. Because they'll message me when we put out the Give and Gather, hey, I'm in need. And so, anyway, and then of course, you know, the budget, it's all encumbered at this point. And it supports all those actions that I just listed. Do you have any questions? But again, all of this, I have to say, I'm just the mouth. Everybody at the school does the work.
I just want to say personally, I think this was, for me, the goal in seeing what you folks at the site are doing with that report card, right? Because, I mean, we all saw the report card, you know, individual by individual by individual, and that is specifically it, right? Every school site is different and unique, and its approach has to be different and unique, but you yourself have to self-evaluate to know, okay, we really gotta challenge ourselves. And the fact that you set those challenging goals, I think just demonstrates that you are focused on the things that you know you gotta focus on and how you're gonna get there. And I think being transparent and involving everybody in that conversation is how you get there. So I really appreciate the information that you gave us tonight. Thank you.
I would love a tour of the math intervention.
10 to 10:30 every day.
Every day. Okay. Okay, I don't know, probably later in February, if that's okay, Superintendent Sanchez, will you go with me?
Yes, sounds great.
I would love to see it. I've often thought that having a block of math intervention at every site would be really good. Like we have ELD block, and we have intervention for language arts. We need the math intervention.
Yeah.
But it's trying to find the time.
I was gonna say, when I said brutal, I'm not joking. I would not, I'll be honest, I gave the directive that luckily Benchmark Universe has science and history, social science embedded. I had to give the directive math has to be at the top, because if other things, unfortunately, we have art teachers coming in, I'm not saying that, and just so you know, I have a degree in biology. It was the most painful thing I had to say to the staff, well, not always, but anyway, that, hey, we have to focus on math. And so, once the scores, you know, once we see that those basic math skills are in place, then we can back off a bit. And just so you know, the math intervention really, it's heavily powered 3rd through 5th grade, and it's all hands on deck. So I teach I teach high kids, like we do some PE and some math games so that I can lower the groups in 4th and 5th. So it's not fun. So I'm just telling you, but 10 to 10:30.
I appreciate it.
It'll be entertaining.
Tammy, I'd also like to thank you for starting that mini pantry. It's important for the community, and I appreciate that.
Well, it was needed, so thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Grist, Superintendent Sanchez, and members of the board. My name is Silvia Solis. I am the principal at Hollister Dual Language Academy, and I'd like to acknowledge our team who's here today in support. Our vision at HDLA is academic excellence in 2 languages. So we have 3 goals as well: student success, staff success, and parent engagement. For student success, we know we are not where we want to be. Our goal is to meet and exceed grade level standards in all subject areas, but also in Spanish, by ensuring that our staff are consistently following our adopted high quality instructional program that has been adopted by the district, and using high quality instructional strategies for dual immersion. At the same time, we want students to feel safe, supported, and motivated to come to school, because learning happens best when students feel connected and cared for. We are in the midst of developing our dual immersion plan and ensuring it is aligned with our school and district vision to support strong academic outcomes. So about a couple years ago, we have been in professional development as an administrative team, and we found that there was a need to develop a plan to strengthen the dual immersion, what's necessary for a dual immersion program to be successful. So that's what that is speaking for. And then we measure our success through our CASP data, PAF, student attendance, and our Calvin survey. For staff success, we believe that strong systems and clear expectations helps teachers focus on instruction. So our goal is to strengthen PBIS consistency across the entire school, so in classroom, recess, and common areas, so that students experience the same behavior expectations across the entire site. We want to continue to develop and strengthen AVID implementation across campus to support rigor and academic achievement, writing, and self-advocacy for our students. And then develop a dual immersion plan and provide professional development aligned to dual immersion best practices. We want to support teachers in developing and refining pacing guides and scope and sequence so that instruction is intentional, and vertically coherent from TK to 8. And this is something we've started doing and as a result of our January PD. So we want to thank the district for allowing us to have the benchmark presenter in Spanish, who is bilingual for our school. So our teachers were able to receive the guidance from an expert in this area. And then at last we have parent engagement. So parent communication, so like everybody else, ensuring that we are communicating in both languages using our Parent Square, phone calls, meeting with parents, hosting family engagement events that bring our community together, including our Back to School Night winter program. We have an international open house and international week at the end of the year that you're all invited to, where every grade level learns about a country, and then they all do a dance performance to that country. And then we have many celebrations, and we encourage parent leadership through our school site council, ELAC, our parent club, and then we do have this year an ATDLE Leadership Committee, which is the organization that we're partnering for this plan development, the Association of Two-Way and Dual Language Education. We have a committee that we are actually meeting tomorrow. You are all welcome to stop by to develop this plan. And then we again ask our families to volunteer at least 30 hours during the school year, because we know that in learning 2 languages, it's important that we are on the same page, and it takes both the families and our school to ensure that students are competent in both. our priority needs are being addressed by professional development around dual immersion and the guiding principles and best instructional practices. Grade level collaboration time for the development of curriculum and unit plans. Right now we've been doing as best as we can to offer that time to our teachers, which is giving them our staff development hours and finding time throughout the day to release them so that they can plan with us and be able to continue doing this work. PBIS, behavior expectations and rewards. Continue developing the implementation of AVID to support rigor and Tier 1 instruction. Our MTSS to meet the individual needs of students. Our PAF reading support for students in English and Spanish. And then the development of our dual immersion plan with the guidance again of the Association of Two-Way Dual Language Education. And lastly, we have our budget. Okay. So thank you. I don't know if you have any questions for.
I have a question.
Yes.
And maybe it's just my own ignorance, I guess. So you have not been a dual immersion program all these years? Because you talk about developing a plan, right, for dual immersion. And are you not a dual immersion?
That's a good question. So we are almost going to be like 20 years here in the district. So we've been a dual immersion school, but what we noticed is that we didn't have a plan where, so that it could support our school, our staff, and our students. And we're you know, there's a lot of things, there's additional things like professional development for our teachers. That is very important. There's time and planning because teachers need to, we have 4 teachers in every grade level and they all need to be in sync to plan not just English but also Spanish. And so there's particular things that are needed for a dual immersion school. We realized that there was nothing in writing that we had. So we've reached out to this organization thanks to, again, our district office in supporting us. And we're working on that right now. So this is about our 5th meeting, I believe, tomorrow. And the goal is that before the year ends, we will have that plan ready to come and present to you and that hopefully you support us with that. Yes.
Do you still find that it's hard to recruit for HDLA for teachers in the upper grades?
It is difficult to recruit because of the, especially in Spanish, teachers that are able to speak Spanish and again, it's one thing to speak Spanish, but it's another thing to understand and be able to be literate so that they can again teach the content subject areas in Spanish. So it is a challenge. We work again in support with the district to reach out early. There's already a pool for next year and we have submitted the application for the state, what's that called? Visiting Teacher Program, BTS, so that if we need teachers, we're a step ahead that we can ask for teachers from either Spain or Mexico, and if we don't need teachers as we come to the end of the year, then we just don't request any. We're trying to be proactive because we know it's difficult at the end.
Yeah. Is the curriculum available just as it is in English? Is the content easily, do they have to do all the interpreting on the text to Spanish?
That is a great question. So we follow all of the district adopted curriculum, so Benchmark, and then Benchmark has Benchmark Adelante in Spanish, and then we have Eureka and Eureka in Spanish. So the curriculum comes available in both languages. We, even for PIF, Preventing the Orton Gillingham, we have Aprendo Leyendo that we were supported with last year. And so the curriculum is available in both languages, which again, it's very important for our teachers to become very well versed with it, as well as then for them to be able to plan so that what happens in one language is also happening in the other language, and they're working together to ensure that they're meeting the needs of the students and the standards.
I have another question, just out of curiosity. Do you find that most of your students regarding the path that they're at the similar levels in both languages, or do you often find a student struggling more in Spanish or more in English and that sort of thing?
I would say given our data, we have students that tend to be stronger in one language. Sometimes it's surprising that the students are English speaking, but they're doing better in Spanish. You know, learning Spanish is easier than learning English. And a lot of the times they struggle in the English. But we do have cases where students are struggling in both languages. And so then our support goes to help them at least be proficient in one while they're also learning the other.
Okay.
Yeah. The goal is for students to learn both languages, but of course that takes time. It takes years. We're a TK8 program, so the goal is by 8th grade they're proficient in both languages. And at the beginning, you know, a lot of the times they show dominance in one language, and then they're learning the second language simultaneously.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, and you're welcome to go visit us as well anytime you like.
Okay, I knew I wasn't going to be able to see this, so I printed it out and I brought my glasses. So, good evening, President Grist and Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. Thank you for having me here. I'm Janina Stoya, the principal at Lad Lane School. So I'm going to go over my goals. Just like everybody else mentioned, goal number 1 is centered around student success. So we are focusing on data monitoring. Can you hear me? Data monitoring, and I am trying to add in things that the other principals have not said yet. So one thing I was going to mention there is that this year the district added IABs to the testing calendar for our teachers. So we got our teachers to give IEDs early on in the year, which has given us some early data to look at, and that's been super helpful. So we are working on at our staff meetings on reviewing that data and planning. And then we also, instructional improvements, we recently had a PD for our teachers about rigor, and we took a lot of that back to our staff meetings also. And we're trying to come up with some common language around rigor and what that looks like to our teachers, what they think that looks like, what we think that looks like, and so that we are all on the same page. We also are doing very targeted intervention for the PAF intervention groups. We don't currently have something for math, and so that's something I'm interested in seeing what we can. I mean, I would love to just duplicate our PAF intervention for math, but it is a beast and it's a lot of time that it takes, and it takes 12 adults. So that's the biggest hiccup. So I don't know that we'll be able to do that for math, but I'm hoping we can come up with something similar, because we're seeing with our test scores that the PAF is really helping in the ELA. And then goal 2 is about our staff success, and so we are focusing on PBIS and having that consistent expectations for our students, and this helps our students, but also helps our staff, so that students know from year to year what the expectation is in every classroom, and the library and the lunch tables and everywhere. So we're all on the same page with that. Something new we did start this year is an ODR, which is an office discipline referral. So when a student is acting out in class or a teacher needs to send the student to the office, we are having them send them with a note. It's like really easy, quick for them to fill out, so we know why that student is there, and we're documenting this so that we can also have some data on behavior and how much is being handled in the classroom and how much is being sent out. So we're working on that. We also are doing professional development as a district, but we also have really encouraged our teachers to share best practices at our staff meetings. So we've had a few teachers present so far this year, and the teachers really seem to be open to that, to have their peers teaching them. So that's been a great success. Parent engagement, well, I think you guys saw tonight, our parents love to come and support their students, and we see that on campus every day. We have a very, very strong parent club at Lad Lane. We're very fortunate. Many opportunities for parents to come and volunteer. And we are doing more awards over the last couple years. Our parents love to come and applaud their students. And we're trying to hit all aspects. So we do an award that's more academic based for AR reading points. We do our PAWS awards, which is behavior. So anybody can earn that if they are participating in PAWS and following all those rules. And then lastly, this year, a new focus of awards has been on attendance. That's something else that we're working on. Okay. Oh, you already, somebody magic over there. Okay, so again, we're focusing on PBIS this year, and MTSS like the other schools. We also have a really great team for MTSS, including our psychologists and our social emotional team and admin and teachers and RSP support and speech when needed and nurses when needed, so that we have the whole team there and we're discussing these students so we can figure out exactly what they need and get them the help that they need. And one thing, as I mentioned before with the math, one thing that we have really noticed and it's been really helpful when we have these MTSS meetings is the data that we have from the intervention to PAF groups. And especially since we've been doing it for 3 years, we can go back and look, is the student making growth? Are they capable? And if they're not making growth, then we know that we need to move on to the next step of some kind of assessment for that student. However, we don't have the same data for math. So that's something that we're looking at, trying to figure something out. I know it won't be able to be like our current reading intervention program, but I'm gonna go visit with you to Sierra Vista and see what we can do in 30 minutes. So, yeah. All right. And there's my budget. I think it's all spent. And we're trying to come up with more money for toilet paper. I don't know. That seems to be the pot that's always going in the negative. There is our custodial needs.
Supplies,
yeah. Supplies, yeah.
That's been common.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Any questions?
I liked hearing about your teachers teaching other teachers.
Yeah.
I think that that's a powerful way to just connect your staff and to share their knowledge, because teachers have a lot of knowledge.
They have a lot of knowledge and they all have different things to share, and so anytime we see something, and they don't have the luxury to go into each other's classrooms very often. I wish they had more time for that, but we do. So when we see something, hey, can you tell the staff about that, or explain how you're using this in class, or explain how you're using your data, or even as simple as Zearn. We have some teachers really using Zearn a lot in their classes and some not, so we kind of, hey, can you talk to the staff about how you squeeze this into your day, or any best practices we see, we try to encourage them to share. And most teachers will. Some are shy, but most will, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, President Grist, members of the board, and our Superintendent Sanchez, and all of our supporting staff who's out here today. Here to share with you what we have going on at Maze. So we'll start with our first goal of student success. I'm going to kick it off with our behavior support and management of our students. We use PBIS and MTSS as well. We clearly send out information every day through our announcements about expectations, and those are spread out throughout the week. We talk about, they're clearly defined, we teach them in classrooms, they're posted in various areas of the school, and they are addressed in daily announcements, and then all our little frequent flyers get reminders as needed. Our MTSS team has been an amazing support this year. They actively meet to work on our students that are showing multiple needs across attendance and behavior, as well as academics. We kind of look at it as a student success team, and we look at every aspect of our students to make sure that we are providing all the supports that we can. And if we don't have the supports, we're talking about how we're going to create those supports or outsource or get support from the community on those supports. That team has been a wonderful team. It's comprised of myself and my assistant principal, my counselor, my social emotional counselor, and then we have various teachers that pop in when we're talking about specific students. We also, on the positive side of that, also do a lot of student recognitions. We acknowledge their positive choices. We do a lot of public recognition. We do Students of the Week, ice cream social events, student teacher luncheons, which last time I was very proud that almost every board member was able to come and join us, so you're welcome to come back to the second round when we get to there. We do lunchtime activities and then awards assemblies each semester. We've gotten better at making sure that we're sending out invitations to both students and parents, and then reminders through parent squares. It's a really wonderful thing to see when when we do our awards assembly and we see all the middle school parents show up, because that's a hard thing to get onto your site, but it's really beautiful. And our teachers are a testament to that, because they also help us with reminders. I cannot do this work alone. It is the entire team. We have student academic success using Avid. We have a Hawk homework club. We do have an intervention that we call Hawk support, and those are for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and we fill those with identified need students based on the first couple rounds of grading terms. And then, parents are asking us for more. We'll offer that as well. We have some amazing electives this year. They're very engaging for students and keep them excited about coming. Our CTE class continues to thrive. Our Avid classes, we were able to have a 6th grade Avid team this year, 6th teacher this year, so we actually have a full 6, 7, and 8, which has been really awesome. I'm super excited to say that we were able to procure a science teacher this year who also has ag literacy knowledge and background, and she started our first ag literacy elective, which the kids love, and she's been partnering with the high school to try to get us to have like more of a handoff, because if our students can get exposed to ag literacy at the middle school, then they have more of an opportunity to step in as freshmen, which is harder to do at the high school. So I really love that, and she's very excited. She's an amazing teacher, so I'm glad to keep on going on that trajectory and see what we can create for our students. We also have drama and band and yearbook, which has been really wonderful to see. And kids, our yearbook staff, kids come out and they do interviews, and they've been really like, they've really got it together with like how they do interviews. They've been trained in how to do interviews. They have little badges. It's really a neat thing to see. And then our goal 2 is staff success. We kind of look this through the lens of collaborative leadership. We constantly share data out together. We try to make decisions together as teams to decide what we need to do. We have team making decision time during staff meetings. We have staff-led committees on one of our staff meeting days where everybody kind of picks a committee that they're going to work on, and they get together with other members and they work on that. Then we have an Avid, a PBIS, an MTSS, a wellness team, a school site council team, and then our promotion teams. So they get together every third meeting, and they talk about kind of the progress that we're making and the things we need to focus on as we head towards the end of the year and events. We have teacher collaboration support. We have started to, it's kind of something we started to do this year, where if we can put staff meeting information into a reader's agenda, we do that, and then we pull teams to work with during those staff meetings times to look at data, because that's been hard for us to find time to do that. I was able to actually do that pretty recently with my wonderful math team, who's actually president here right now. And the work that they did, I did not expect. The conversation we had was super amazing, and then what they did with it was mind-blowing. They just did it, and then they showed me what they did, and I was like, oh my gosh. So they actually worked together after we had that data session, and they talked about how they could provide intervention. So the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade team each had a representative, and then they pooled the kids based on foundational skills that they needed, and then they picked a day where they separated them out and pushed them into each other's classrooms, and it was pretty awesome. And I think that what they shared is something that we'll have to highlight another time, because it was pretty good work. We're going to continue to do that. Next up is going to be our ELA and history team, and then we'll do science. So we're super excited. That's something new that we added. Teacher professional development, I try to send staff to things that they want to learn about. If they're passionate and they're asking me for something, and I'm like, can we go to this? Just convince me and I'm going to send you. So that's been really good. I'm appreciative that I'm in a position to be able to do that, being a community school. So that's been really good. We're continuing to support PBIS, Avid, our ASB, our SPED department. Our PE is actually going to go in this year and learn some new things, which is going to be great for us. We're also looking more at our Aries interface and seeing the things that we can do to do some better report writing and making so that we can actually have better data to kind of dial down and look at. For our goal 3, parent education and engagement, we do have a food pantry. The Hawk's Nest is our donation closet, and then we also are working on our community garden. There's been some logistics with the garden and how we're going to get it up and running. The food pantry and the Hawk's Nest provide free shopping opportunities within our community. Both before Thanksgiving and Christmas, we actually had a time of the day after the kids were gone where we invited families to come onto campus and come and walk through our rooms and take whatever they needed. My liaison has been a wonderful asset to our team, and she actually has done a lot of fundraising and donation drives, and she was actually able to have a public member donate enough funds to buy gifts for students, because because often middle schoolers don't get the toy drives, right? But we did do that, and we actually were able to give some of our middle schoolers like toys and things that they wanted. We also had a community member give us enough money at our local stores to provide like 10 to 12 families with a full Thanksgiving meal, which they were just able to come and pick up, so that was pretty amazing. We have hosted and plan on hosting multiple events for family and community building. We're going to be having an art showcase coming up, which we're really excited about, that we're partnering with the social emotional team, and that's going to be called the Healing Palette. It is our art showcase, and it's going to be a huge night for us. We're going to have a lot of vendors and things going on, so we'll be doing some fundraising, but also just having some good fun. We're going to do a free paint opportunity for parents and families, of donation only, and if you don't want to donate, you can just come and enjoy the paint night anyway. So please come. We're going to send that out to everybody. That one's going to be super fun. We do have a spring carnival event. It's gonna be the first time we're gonna pull off carnival, so we'll see how that goes. But I'm excited about it. The kids are excited about it. The ASB kids have worked really hard at coming up with games. Family communications, we do newsletters, parent updates via Parent Square, our school webpage, and other news. And then we attempt every week between us try to make 5 positive phone calls home, like face-to-face phone calls home, just because in our line of work in middle school, sometimes you're not making the positive phone calls home all the time. All right, and then our priority needs are addressed by our program. So AVID teaches our breast instructional practices and strategies. I do have staff that teach those to other staff. We have an upcoming staff meeting where they're gonna take half the staff meeting and we're gonna do focused note taking so that we can start to make our gains towards school-wide. PBIS and MTSS, we continue to use those to collect our data and look at our frameworks and make sure that we are appropriately supporting our students with their academics, their behavioral, and their social emotional needs, so that we can ensure that we're fostering a safe, inclusive, and equitable learning environment where they can thrive and feel comfortable. I'm a firm believer that if you're not in a safe space at school, your brain can't be open to learning and definitely can't be open to taking risks. So we try really hard, and I think we do an excellent job as a team doing that. We do support teacher success by building shared expertise. I encourage them to get together if they ask for release time or to go visit other classrooms. I make myself available even to go and do those things so that they can lean in to do those things. It's been a wonderful thing. I have a fabulous staff who leans into each other very, very well with very little direction, so I'm lucky in that regard. And then our community engagement and communication opportunities, we kind of just put all of our efforts into that because, as I said, it is hard to get middle school parents on campus. So we try to just get them there, and then once they're there, they can see like that we are the trusted adults that their kids are with every day, and it helps us build a shared responsibility. And all of us talking about with our parents and things, and bringing them into the fold of kind of our lens and looking at things and things that their kids are doing and saying, it's been a wonderful thing to partner with some of our parents who are like, okay, how can we partner together so that they're successful as they move on? And that's kind of one of the big things that I talk about, especially with my 7th and 8th graders, is the work we do here, both in academics and in the social emotional growth, is really key to their success as they move on to the high school, because the high school is a much more fast-moving machine than what they do in middle school. So it's important that they have all the skills and foundational things kind of dialed down and figured out before they get over there. Okay, and this is my budget, and like everybody else at this point in the year, we have spent that money. And so again, we're looking at fundraising opportunities and trying to find ways to fill in other gaps that we may see in the year, and then just using all the data that we've gathered and collected to look at how we're going to continue some of these programs and maybe make some adjustments and pivots for next year. Any questions for me?
Just don't fundraise for toilet paper.
We will not fundraise for toilet paper.
Can you explain what ag literacy is?
So ag literacy is like it's agricultural literacy. So it's the kids learning about what agriculture classes and things are like. At the high school, they have like different lanes that they can go into. So ag literacy gives them an opportunity to kind of get an overview of all of those things, like what the opportunities can be. We're hoping that we can add a second elective in the coming year, that it's an ag literacy 2, and then that one she's gonna be able to dial in and be a little bit more focused on specific lanes. And so we'll see what that looks like for us as we get our budgets and allocations for next year. But that is something that we're hoping to be able to do, because it has really that classroom is amazing, the work she does in there and the things that the kids do in there. They're currently working on, they're doing 2 things right now. They're doing a dog show this week, where they created they were given a breed, and then they had to do make a little kind of a dog presentation. And they're gonna actually do this outside where they kind of showcase their dog, so that's kind of neat. They also have started propagating their own plants, and they plan on doing a plant sale at some point in the springtime. And the kids are super excited about it. They've done so many neat projects. This teacher is just a wealth of knowledge and very creative, and so I feel like kids really enjoy that class.
It's something different.
It is, and I'm pleased that we're able to do that because that's the foundation of Hollister, right?
I think that'll help keep students in the class too, if they wanna come to class.
Yes.
You know, that helps if they're gonna learn something, you know, that they want to learn.
Yes, definitely. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time.
All right, good evening, members of the board. Jan Grist, you're out there, and hoping you're feeling well. Well, here, I'm presenting here for R.O. Hardin and our goals and what we've got going on there. And so I'll start here with goal 1, just as my colleagues have mentioned, is around student success. And so we are working with our academic progress, and I know that you get to catch a glimpse of the data that comes out of R.O. Hardin. And so, so the data that comes forward from CASP, right? And that's usually what's published out to everybody. And when you look at R.O. Hardin's scores, and you take a look at, you know, what's published out there for our school, and you wonder, well, what's going on with R.O. Hardin? I can guarantee you that there is academic success at R.O. Hardin. I know the students that walk in our doors. I know where they start, and I know where they are right now. And I guarantee academic success. The students and the staff work very hard every single day to provide rigor, they provide structure, they provide love and care, and we are working towards academic goals for every single student at that site in all areas: math, language arts, language development, all of it. And in every part of it, every student, as we track where they've started with us, whether it be in TK or kinder, and they continue on, we know exactly where every student started and where they are now. We follow just like everybody else. We've got a very strong, this is our second year. Thank you to Sarah Vista, who allowed us to sit in and learn from them on their MTSS process, and we adopted that last year. And this year, it is a solid process for us to follow every single student. Right now, I thought, okay, how many students are on our MTSS list? And what I counted, because we've got several tabs of Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 students, I counted a total of 45 students, but some of them were already crossed out, and meaning students were no longer worried about. And so a true number of, those are 45 students that have come into the process of, all right, what's going on with this student? Not a student that we want to see fall through the cracks. And so just so that you know that, and I know you know, if you've stepped on our campus and you have seen you've been able to experience what's going on at R.O. Hardin, you're able to really catch a glimpse of what is happening there. And so we are 100% focused on academic progress. We have a very strong intervention program that runs for students in kindergarten all the way to 4th grade. We did begin our journey with AVID, and so we are taking a look at our Tier 1 instruction and making sure that we are providing rigorous tier 1 instruction in the classroom for the rest of our subjects, right? And so that has been definitely a focus for us. There was a program that you approved back in the summer, Alevo, and that is a company that steps onto our campus 3 days a week. And it's great for the students. They have a wonderful time. They love the coaches and they interact with them. But what it also does for our staff, every 6 weeks, it allows them to give up their class and do, Janine mentioned it earlier, be able to walk through the classrooms and see their colleagues teaching. It allows them to look at our goals and reflect on where am I and where do I need to go. And so that's been a huge focus for us. I'm so grateful that we were able to secure that. That is our community school funds, and that was able to afford that piece for us. But it does allow us to place focus on AVID, what our goals are with that, and then be able to move forward with that practice. And so we also have, let me see, PBIS. We adopted and started that journey. And I was holding back on that because we had taken on AVID, and I thought, I don't want to compete with two big projects. And, but we went for it. And I don't regret it. It has been a lot of work, but I love that our staff has embraced it all. It's all of the professional development, everything that we've done around it has been done by our Culture and Climate Committee. And so we're also taking off with that. And all of that, we know, continues to build on our students' academic success. And so we are moving in that direction there. With our student success, all of these pieces of going in the direction of AVID, having PBIS, having this release time to be able to take in all of these new professional development opportunities, it allows our staff to feel supported, to have that time that they need to look through all of these programs and really learn them, take a breath, and share with one another. And so we're definitely focused on having that release time, not just during that Alevo time, but also whole days where a whole team can sit there and look at their student data. We also have a student and staff survey that we look at just, through community schools. We've got a survey that we send out to staff, to students, and to our parents as well, our community. And then goal 3, our parent engagement. So this evening, actually yesterday evening, we had our very first literacy night, and it was for our first grade. And what we decided to do this year is do a targeted parent literacy night. So the parents that were chosen that were asked to come join the literacy night, it was, they were targeted. It was a strategic way of saying, I'm going to work with this set of parents because these students are at this level. So that was yesterday, first grade. Tonight, we hosted our kinder and second grade. And then tomorrow night, it will be our 3rd and 4th grade. And so all of it around literacy and how to support your child at home. And we decided that these would be intimate meetings. And so we've limited the number of parents for each teacher to, we said 5 to 6. And then some of them were like, wow, I got 8. And so I'm like, all right, let's do it. So the one that I attended yesterday, every single parent that was invited attended. And so we are super happy with that. And this evening, I wasn't there, but Gabriela was, and so I'm sure that, we'll debrief on that. So that is super important to us. I know that our family engagement is really a key piece to the success of our school. And I think it has been one of the most challenging for our school. And I remember, my previous role as an EL coordinator, or even in migrant, and I would ask parents when I'd go to the sites, ¿por qué no va a la escuela? ¿Por qué no va y participa? And the parents would say, pues es que no hablan inglés, no hablan español. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I habla español, and they're still not coming. So we are working towards what it is. We're really trying to build those relationships that it's that trust. And we do ask them, what is it? What is it? Because I worked at HDLA. I was part of that culture. I saw the impact that it has to have parent presence on your site. I want that for Aro Hardin. So when I look at our priority needs, or what we're doing to address, we're doing a lot of things. But right now, like I said, I didn't want to take on too big projects, and right now, I went full on AVID, and I told Gabriela, I'm gonna do AVID and you take care of PBIS, and now we're competing for staff meeting time, and, but it's good. It's good things going on, because ultimately we know the payback of all of it, even though it's a lot of work. And beautiful thing is that we have staff that know we need to do this, we're going to do this, and they're full on board. So we're very fortunate for that. We have a beautiful budget of about $30,000 that, just like everybody else, is probably it's gone, but we are fortunate to have community school funds that support other things like Elevo, Harmony at Home. They afford some of our release time. They were able to afford after school. We have a soccer club going on. We have a STEM club that's starting up. We have a running club that's starting up, an art club that's starting up. So all of these things that we're able to offer students for after school, and things that parents have asked for, and we're trying to deliver just all of the extras that we know will support students in enjoying school and having a positive experience. Any questions for me?
I think for me, just your demographics, right? It is very unique to Aro Hardin, and with that comes some challenges, right? Just understanding the culture of certain parts, even of Mexico, that don't speak Spanish, and so they're coming to school trying to learn English, Spanish, and their own language. So it's just a layering part of the difficulty, and by no means, the report card and where you're at is a reflection of what you're not doing, because you are doing such an amazing job with your school and your staff. It's just trying to figure out, and that's where I think we were all like, what do we need to give Aro Hardin? What do they need? Because we know your challenges are different, and so that is the uniqueness, right, of trying to figure how to put that puzzle together, and where are the biggest needs, right? So it's just trying to determine, and I think that's why we asked everyone to kind of share with us their unique perspective of the amazing things that you're doing, because we know you are.
Yeah.
It just, unfortunately, based on this doggone report card, it is what it is, and the community, regardless, see that versus all the great things happening, past the gate, when you walk on.
Right. I appreciate that you're honoring the growth, because everybody starts somewhere.
Right.
And you can't test them at the grade level if they're coming to school with a deficit in their vocabulary because nobody ever read to them.
Right.
you know, a child who starts school and her parents read to them their whole childhood, they start with about 1 million word vocabulary ahead of the kids who have never been read to. That's a huge, huge gap. But the fact that you can see that you're seeing your baseline and you're growing is awesome.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's the reason that, sure, maybe it's a little demoralizing sometimes, you know, I think as a staff, and so when we present all of, you know, our scores, it is important for us to look at the whole picture. We do look at the whole picture as a staff. And because they work so closely with the students, they know where they started back in August. We start back in August, we hit the ground running. And so from there forward, we set the goals, okay, by this date, we should be here. By this date, we should be here. And so we're constantly checking, okay, are we there yet? If we're not, then what do we need to do to get there? Or who's holding us back? And our groupings are fluid. We need to make sure that if a student isn't getting it, then the student moves. And then we're able to move with everybody else. And so I know that the staff sees that, and I know that if you've been on the campus, you've been able to see it too. So anyway.
You know, Lilia, this is Jan. I don't think that there's, I'm gonna speak for the board. I don't think there's any board member here that does not recognize the challenge that you and your staff have and respect the work that you guys do. And what I think about is, I think it was maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Remember when you had that reading night? And oh my goodness gracious, that was such an event. And I don't think I'll ever forget that. And they were so young, the kids that they presented, and that was just amazing. And the work that took to do, that the teachers put in, and that happens all the time, little things and big things like that. And that's just the love of teaching and the love of kids, and it's evident every time you go on that campus. So
absolutely,
please just share. I mean, the board is with everyone there. We know how hard it is, and I'll never forget when during the lockdown and we were doing the Zoom, and when you're watching the other kids. I mean, they're tough kids, some of those kids, you know. They're just having the moms are doing the best they can with all the kids, and whew, it was tough.
Those were some tough times.
Yes, they were, especially in SDC.
Yeah. All right, that is it for me. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, good evening, board members. Superintendent Sanchez, and everybody's still here. I feel like you just heard about Rancho in November, but I do want to say thank you for this exercise, even though it was, maybe kept us here later. It's fun to hear everyone else talk, and so like any good educator, I'm taking a million notes. I'll Prima, I'll Tammy, ask this one. So it's wonderful to share out with each other. So since you just heard a lot about Rancho, I thought I'd highlight a few key pieces. As you know, when I got hired, my first priority was culture and climate on the campus. And I got some nice feedback from Director of Student Services this week, like, okay, you're there, so now what's next? But it's nice, we're still really celebrating all the great things our kids are doing. Some of you have come for our different bashes and parent-teacher or student-teacher luncheon and things, and those have gone really well. I want to share that we too decided, and very serendipitously, to use our data and our FIABs specifically, which are unique. The IABs were bigger things that kids had to take, multiple questions. Now the FIAB is really focused. So you can say, how well can kids divide fractions? And so we stole, again, some things from Spring Grove, and we've used the data to do our walk to learn. So it's only for 6th graders, so we're piloting it. And we're really looking at that data. We also are looking at suspension data, and it's
tending to gravitate towards sixth graders. And we're like, well, they're new to us. They don't know our roles. And so we've spent more time with them on groups and intervention to help support them so that they can show their Bronco pride. So it's different for us just from the last time I presented to you. We did our first ever winter wellness and it was wonderful. We had about 180 families show up. And the secret always, of course, is to either give an award or have the kids perform. So we did have our flag team perform and they were great. And we know next year we're gonna have more reason for parents to come. With our community schools, I'm kind of skipping around on my goals, I apologize. I've gone from student success. Student success, I'll just, to narrow it down, we're really happy with the culture on our campus. We always have some things to work at. Really excited how much our teachers are behind the positive culture, and now we're willing to try new things in other areas. Our staff is amazing, of course, and we are trying to do similar things, trying to give them release time to see each other so that they can get some instructional tips from each other. We really benefited from supporting our new teachers early, those first 3 weeks, by having a really good teacher in there that really helped them. And then we have shared leadership on our different committees. But our new thing for parent engagement, because it's funny, in elementary school it sounds like you can't get the parents off the campus, and in sixth grade they're like, we're out. And so it's such a difference, and so we're working hard. We did our wellness program, and then we're leveraging our community schools monies, and we're bringing a celebration for Black History, we're calling it Black History Keynote. It's a group coming out of San Jose to honor our Black students, and we're doing that in conjunction with Be Proximity, which is a really strong nonprofit here in Hollister. So we're excited to have that for our families and our students. And then in March, we're doing our first ballet, and we have a band, banda that offered its music for free. We're gonna offer tacos, and the whole families will come. And it's sort of that same thing, making them realize it's a great place to come visit, and we're happy to have them on campus. So you're welcome to come do any and all of those events. And then, I apologize, I was a little bit micro on these things, so. Now, as we believe that our culture is where we want it and only going to get better, we now need to lean into our school-wide AVID so that we can really support rigor, I'm that tired, rigor through WICR. The PD that the DO offered us gave us just a really unique opportunity on January 5th to dive into that rigor piece, and it made the staff really excited. I saw my teachers kind of understand it finally. We throw acronyms around so casually that finally talking about WICR to achieve rigor, they got it. It was like a light bulb went off. It was great. We're insisting on data-driven decisions, so we have our suspension data, we have all our different achievement data, and my staff is leaning into using FIABs a lot. So for our sixth graders, we sorted them first by CASP scores, then they did a round of FIABs, and we moved them again, and they're so excited, like, am I moving up, am I moving over? And we celebrated a 2-point achievement as much as a 200-point achievement, and they loved that. And then finally, we're collaborating with our staff, students, and the community just to figure out what else we can do. How else can we make Rancho a place where there's lots of teaching and learning happening every day? Like Tammy said, we are encumbered. So we have plenty of money. We are going to spend it all, I promise, and then tap into our community schools as well. And so, but you know, things are going well, I'll just say. Any questions? I know you know about zero period PE, so I didn't need to dive into that. But any questions?
Is that still going well?
Oh, it's going great, yes. And actually now our band students, a couple of them, are interested to see if they could participate next year so they could do band and another elective. So, you know, they kind of get channeled. They get channeled in band, and that's all they get to do. So we'd like to open up that opportunity for them.
The kids are in their late 30s and they say they wish they could have had one more elective because they were in marching band, concert band, jazz band, drumline. There was no room for any other elective.
Anything else, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's
and
awesome.
at least at our age group, for middle school kids, they're still exploring everything. So you
Yeah.
want to expose them.
Yeah.
I wish we could have ukuleles for all our sixth graders. You know, we got to expose them to as much as we can before they start narrowing down on their choices. So that's our effort. So that's it. Thank you so
So
much.
how do you
Thank
pay
you.
the teacher that's doing the extra period?
Say it again, Jan.
How do you pay the teacher that's doing the extra period?
He is paid through community school funds. Jen, he's paid through community school funds.
Is he being paid a stipend or?
He's being paid, on a timesheet for the time being, so.
Hourly timesheet.
Yeah, he's a time-sheeted employee, you know, as I stated when we first started this, the hope would be that we can present enough data to you guys so that it can be, forgetting my word, but so he can be paid from FTE. But for now, he's time-sheeted, he's doing a great job. It's early, and these weeks when it's cold,
I know.
it's really cold.
It's really cold.
But they're making the best of it, they all have a great attitude, so we're happy for that. And we serve them breakfast as soon as they're done, so they're doing well there. But anything else, Ms. Grist?
No, that's a contractual thing, you'll have to negotiate that.
Oh, yeah, I found that out a little bit the hard way, but I got it now, so, thank you.
Rancho Santana is still in the house. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jan. Thank you for all of your work. I appreciate you. We recognize you for the board trustees for the month of January. So thank you for all that you do. I am Anissa Dizon, the proud principal of Rancho Santana School. I have these 3 goals, and I just wanted to say that Lilia is my go-to, so whenever I have a question, I call Lilia, like, Lilia, what do you do? How do you do it? And she is just way above everything that she does, so thank you, Lilia. And I told her she has to stay here for the rest of my life. I know she's not feeling well, go ahead. Okay, so our first, what I did not include the goal, but I just kind of added all of the fun stuff. So this is more of the action. This is the reality of what the goal looks like. So for our Scholar Success Goal, it is to actually increase student achievement and access to rigorous standards-aligned instruction through intentional use of curriculum, targeted interventions, and inclusive practices. And this is what it looks like on a day-to-day basis. We're deep in standards knowledge. Our staff is getting together and really identifying those essential standards. There are a gazillion standards for every subject. There's no possible way to teach all of those standards. And so it's really focusing on those essential standards, the ones that are more bang for our buck, so to speak. Increase instructional rigor. We too are also talking about WICR strategies, writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading. And these are things that the teachers already do. And so we're trying to get away from the word avid, but just really focusing on the high impact instructional strategies. Strengthen early literacy and PATH, and you heard, I think, all of my colleagues speak about how challenging it is to find that uninterrupted time for any type of intervention. When you have specials scheduled, you have art, you have PE, you have library, and but really making it a focus area and being consistent with what we have to offer from kinder all the way to 3rd grade. Expand support for our multilingual learners and inclusive co-teaching practices, always and forever. Using ongoing data, and then creating safe, supportive learning environments. Again, a scholar is not going to learn if they do not feel safe. Our goal 2 is around staff success goal, and the actual goal is to build staff capacity, collaboration, and retention through targeted professional learning, structured collaboration, and leadership development. And what does that goal look like in action? Right here. Provide that ongoing professional development. And I'm really biased about our school, but our staff works so hard. Probably every principal will say that. And it's really trying to utilize their time efficiently. And so during our staff meetings, we use this time where the committees can get together, where they can do their PLCs during the staff meeting. And it just allows us to kind of hop around and listen and support and guide and facilitate and all of that, and learn from them as well. So that's like a big aha to me this year. Supporting teachers and analyzing data also, and to me it's more about changing the mindset of the staff. Like, this is just something that they do. They're already doing it. So what does it look like when it's math, when it's reading? Strengthen grade level and cross-grade collaboration. Again, we give them the time during our staff meetings for them to collaborate. They collaborate outside of the staff meetings, but this is another time where they can do that. Supporting our new and continuing educators. Of course, we have the support from the district office. Addressing challenging behaviors, and then creating opportunities for teacher leadership. Again, it's building the staff capacity. And then our last goal is the parent education and engagement goal, and our actual goal is to strengthen family partnerships through inclusive communication, education, and engagement opportunities that support student learning, well-being, and school connectedness. And this is what it looks like. Increasing the opportunities for meaningful connection. We have Perk Up with the Principals, where we hear feedback from our families, and then we make it theme for the Coffee with the Principals. Providing parent education workshops, strengthening the communication, which is a daily goal. Gathering and responding to family voice, and then of course empowering our families with socio-emotional growth, support their learning at home. I just want to speak that our mental health therapist is just a vital part of that last goal. So, and then these three focus areas, the priority needs addressed by, our school has been focusing on these three areas for everything, the SARC, the SIPSA, everything. And it just includes the differentiated curriculum and content, effective collaboration, and supporting with challenging behaviors. And these are actually the top three strategies to be an all-inclusive school, but they fit in every category, every goal that we have. Here is our budget. Beth is working on getting us some more money to that line. We really, I think a lot of what we're really, it's dwindling down, but I'm trying to be very protective of the release days for our teams, our grade level teams, so that they can collaborate and, reflect and plan and collaborate during their professional day. We all know that they take work home on the weekends, but we want to make sure that they can work on site and do what they need to do. So, does anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
You're the only one who has mentioned UDL.
Yes.
What does it look like at Rancho Santana? Because I've gone to workshops on it, and it can be different modeling. I'm just curious as to,
so
if you can give us an example.
Sure. Universal design for learning. It's really differentiating the curriculum and the content. And what we're starting to shift our focus on is actually the planning. We want our staff to do the blood, sweat, and tears should be when they are planning for the lesson. And so if I know my class and I have some kids that are struggling here, I'm including them in my lesson, in my content, in my curriculum, right? And so I'm planning for, I know where my kids are, the levels, and then when I present and I teach my lesson, the kids are doing, right? They're doing the hard work. But that's really being able to identify, how do I make this lesson for my struggling kids? Because for an adult, it's easier for me to shift. If I plan everything for my kids that are struggling, or even for my kids that are high, then I know what to do next. I've got it down, I'm prepared for this. And then if I'm pleasantly surprised that, my lower kids are doing better than I thought, awesome. then it's easier for me as an adult to pivot my teaching, my lesson, all my experience, my expertise. I can do something quicker, like, well, then let's go, we're going to the next. Instead of asking a second grader, a first grader to pivot, if I have it planned for them and they're struggling in classroom, and then I see, oh, okay, I'm teaching to the middle of the class. Oh, and then I'm having him wait, her wait. You know, it's harder for them to pivot, it's easier for us. So it's really about differentiating your planning.
Thank you.
Anything else? Come visit, come see us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you doing this for me, Brandon? Because it just magically changed. Or was that Anissa when she left?
However you want to roll.
All right, Brandon's got the floor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, holy cow. I didn't know if I was going to go tonight. I was getting to the point where I was like, we're going. I was told 5 minutes. And Vicky, I'd like to thank you for staying, and the other 4. All right, so Sunny Slope Elementary, and I think at this point, everybody knows what Sunny Slope works for, right? Sunny Slope works to maximize the potential of all the students that step onto our campus. Every single day, I give my best effort. My teachers, my staff, they give their best effort. As I stand here before you and Jan, I don't know if you can see me, but there's me waving for you right there. I like doing this in person in terms of, I invite each and every one of you, and I've invited Superintendent Sanchez and everybody out there to come tour the school, because I truly feel that's where the magic happens, right? Our basic goals, I just threw this out here in terms of
20 minutes.
Oh, okay. The goal, of course, is 40% of students tested in the CAS will meet or exceed standards in math or language arts, math and language arts. We did reach that goal. We presented, and I talked to the board members earlier, we beat the state average, which was a very huge accomplishment for us. I was very proud of. But again, I didn't do that. The teachers did that. Our staff did that, our classified staff. They were the ones that put in that effort. And those are the ones that, when and if you're able to come to Sunny Slope, I will take you into those classrooms. I will take you around, because that's where it happens. I'll show you the kids on the playground. I'll show you what they're doing. They're playing everything. I just love the way Sunny Slope feels. Like when I step on it, at this point, in 10 years, it literally is my second home. It's my home away from home, where I go, and it brings me joy just to step onto that campus. The staff success, in terms of our goal, is by June 26, 100% of Sunny Slope teachers and administrators participate in district-led professional development. We didn't reach that goal. We will probably adjust that as we go. I don't know what we'll adjust it to, but it will not be 100%. And then the third goal is parent education and engagement. This one we did reach in terms of the 80% of families will have come to school to participate in at least 2 school activities. I just did the loose numbers, talking with teachers, doing the poll, 93%. So that's where we're at for 93%. Only 2 classrooms did not make that, and those were special day classes, and actually Director of Special Education Gabe Gutierrez will be coming out on March 2nd, actually probably to work towards that in terms of outreach for our special day class families, in terms of encouraging them. That'll be 9 a.m. during the day on March 2nd, and then 5 o'clock. And so hopefully that will increase, because those are our only 2 classrooms that did not reach that goal. So we're working towards that. But that's those goals for Sunny Slope. And then our biggest need, because some of the other people were talking about, like the California dashboard, suspensions, those types of things. I am very well aware of our suspension rate. It's not something that I work towards. I don't wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to suspend 3 kids today. That is absolutely not our goal. But what our need was, in my opinion, is having a full-time mental health worker. I'm trying to work finagle some community school funds in order to fund that. Because we haven't had a consistent person for really the last couple of years. We've had to do a patchwork, a couple days of an intern, another person on another day from community-based solutions, a community-based outreach, and then right now we have another person on Thursday and Friday. So our students just haven't had that consistency. It's one of those situations where, Kim comes in on a Monday, she's having an issue, she sees somebody, And then come Thursday, maybe the issue pops back up, but the person she saw on Monday doesn't come back until the next Monday. So now if she wants to see somebody, it's a different person. So they just are not able to build those relationships and have that consistency. And we've had that in the past. Did it help? Absolutely. Are we making do with what we have? Yes. But that has been probably, in my opinion, the biggest need that Sunny Slope has had, and I'm working towards that right now. I'm not there yet, but that's what I'm working for. So, and then, of course, the budget, which we've all seen. We all know it's been spent. Trying to maximize it. Again, Sunny Slope is a community school, so we do have that advantage, similar to the other schools where we're able to put a little bit of money that we might normally spend out of the general fund into other things, and just not really supplant it, but, you know, help pad it and help us out and help our students out. So, are there any questions?
Keep doing what you're doing.
I'm trying. I genuinely do every day. But again, please come. I'd love to show you all the wonderful things, the classrooms, the playground, the food pantry, the clothing closet, everything that we're doing. Because again, I feel like the true feel of Sunny Slope doesn't come in this presentation. It comes on the campus, and it comes with the kids, and it comes with the staff. And that's what I would love to show you. So thank you very much for your support. We appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you. Couldn't do it without any of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the record, I was told 5 minutes for school, so that's,
Thank you, Joe.
yes, that's why.
You're like,
So,
5-ish.
Yes, the one that went the longest has to buy Starbucks in the morning. All right, so any final questions? This was a great activity to see how hard our site admin work and what they're doing. You can see that it's clear that every school campus does something unique based on their population. And this was great to celebrate the things that they're doing.
I'm so happy that we had the principals come and talk about their schools, because, you know, somebody else giving the report is like, okay, I'll read it, and okay, sounds good. But to see and hear their passion and their love and their commitment for their kids and their programs, their entire school community, you know, I think and to hear the unique things that they are all doing, I really appreciated hearing that.
That was excellent. Excellent. Okay, Ms. Sanchez, you're up.
Okay, so good evening. The superintendent's report is a little bit different, just as part of our agenda is different, and I appreciate the board's feedback. I will be explaining some of the changes that we will be making. If we could move forward to the next slide, please. In our discussions with the board, some of the information that the board is interested in, it has to do with enrollment and specifics about enrollment. So I do want to take the opportunity to say that our 26-27 school year enrollment is underway. We have an opportunity since last February 2025, I believe, is when we launched online enrollment. So it is consistent and it is continuous. However, our big push for enrollment for next year is happening now. If we can move forward. Part of the changes include looking at enrollment at per grade level. I did understand that that is part of the feedback that the trustees have. And so the first table is the grade level and then the enrollment, and that is district-wide. As you can see, we have varying numbers from, on the low end, the TK number, to, some of the higher numbers in middle school and in third grade, I would say, or bubble numbers. The second graph is looking at enrollment through a bar graph, and at the bottom, you can see that the increments are broken down by 100. The TK8 sites are broken down to their elementary level and then their middle school level, so that you can see, for example, the bars that go all the way across, or nearly go all the way across, would be Ladd Lane,
You know, we have a large population at Sunny Slope, at Sarah Vista. It's just a different way of looking at the data. As we move forward and we start to collect enrollment information, I will be able to let you know, for example, for the month of February, how many students enrolled at Sarah Vista, how many students enrolled at, you know, all the different schools. And then that will lead us into the data of at a particular school. For example, we talked about R.O. Hardin being impacted. How many of those students and what grade levels are we having to displace to other schools, and where did they end up? So that data will be coming as our enrollment starts to continue and increase. So we can move forward. The ADA, the dark bar graph is last year, and then the lighter blue is this year. As you can see, November, December, and January, we have a lower chronic absenteeism, so we are improving just slightly. However, it is an improvement. So last year we were having more absences than this year, in those 3 months particularly. Okay, if we could move forward. Some of the upcoming projects include summer school. Believe it or not, it's January, and just the other day we had a big team of people here. I don't even remember how many, maybe 20, just to start planning summer school. And again, that includes general education, it includes special education, it includes the ELOP, the intercession program there, and then brand new this year, we are going to focus on R.O. Hardin and have a targeted literacy program at R.O. Hardin, with the hope that those families will feel comfortable to come onto that campus, and then any enrollment that is not maximized, other students from other campuses will be able to go to that campus for targeted PAF literacy summer program. We'd like to see what that, if there are any, you know, mitigated losses of reading, if we have an increased interest because it will be at the neighborhood school instead of going to a different campus. Mm-hmm.
Will it be the half-day program like the regular summer school?
We're thinking a little bit more targeted to where it's on an hour rotation, and then when they finish, they would stay for the ELOP.
Oh, okay. So they would still have some enrichment kinds
Yes.
of activities. Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm. President Grist?
Will the special education be with the regular summer school? I mean, how are you gonna?
Yes, we have.
All on the same campus, right?
That is correct. Yes.
And we're gonna try to like do the same novel and try to keep them together.
We are committed to doing absolutely that. In the room here, we have the director saying we will do that, Trustee Grist. Okay. Great, so we'll move forward.
Do we know where?
Yes, we are looking at Sunny Slope. Okay. Mm-hmm. Because the campus is so widespread.
Yes.
Yes, okay. This is a snapshot of activities, just to give the public, you know, an opportunity to kind of take a peek. What is it that we're looking at? We're excited to continue our sports. You know, we have Kindness Week coming up, mental health first aid, enrollment, and migrant ed. Still recruiting. We can move forward. We also have an upcoming LCAP outreach meeting on February 9th at Mays Middle School. This one will be in the daytime. This reminder has gone out, I think, a couple of weeks ago, and it will be at 9 a.m. So we invite our community to participate, and then the one after that will be on February 9th at 5:30 at the Ladley Library. Move forward, please.
February 2nd, February 9th.
We have February 2nd at Mays, and then February 9th at Ladley.
Oh, okay, so February 2nd is at Mays.
Yes.
Okay. Good, I have my dates right.
Excellent.
So I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank our staff. I want to thank our principals. You know, it's a long day when they are running a school full of students and staff, and then they stay here to present. I appreciate them. I appreciate, and I'm excited and proud of the work that they do at their sites. Each site is so individual, and each site is so unique, and I appreciate that they lead their schools and that they lead their staff to educate our students each and every day. So I'm very thankful. Okay. Any questions for me? No? Okay.
I think the presentation that we had by the principals was excellent.
Agreed, yes.
Very, very well done.
Okay. We can move on to the next item.
So we're on to our next, okay, we need approval of the board minutes from December 9th.
I'll make a motion to approve the board meeting minutes for December 9th, 2025.
I'll second.
All right. Ms. O'Connor, your vote?
Yes. Aye.
And Ms. Toasty, Ms. Rios?
Aye.
And Mrs. Martinez?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye, so that's 5-0. Let's go now to discussion items. Discussion and approval of the 2026 student certificated calendar.
So tonight we present the draft, I would call it, certificated and student calendar. We have opted to follow our past practice of looking at what the high school has already adopted. This mirrors that start and end date. After the board, should the board approve it tonight, we will have conversations with our labor partners. From there, the work calendars are built for all the different categories of employees that we have. We would start to promote the calendar, we would start to post it online and share it so that parents and staff can make plans for the following and the upcoming school year. Are there any questions on the calendar?
I have one. Why is it only 1 year?
Yes.
We're waiting for the high school to come out with theirs for 27 and 28, and as soon as they do, then we'll bring that to the board for approval.
I don't know if you heard that, Jen.
Yes, I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, because the high school hasn't developed their next 3-year calendars, because generally they like doing a 3-year outlook. But right now it's just based off the 26, 27 that I'm aware of as well. So I think it's just important for us to get our calendar out as soon as possible for parents to start preparing, right, for the start of next year. Right? Yeah.
My goodness, Easter is very early. Wow. Well, April and May are gonna be tough months.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long month.
This is testing and
Yeah.
no
That's right.
Yes.
For 2 months.
Yikes.
Any comments? Are we ready to
Yeah.
call for?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2026-27 student / certificated calendar.
Second?
Okay. So, Ms. O'Connor, your vote?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, and Ms. Rios?
Aye.
And Ms. Martinez?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that's 5-0. Okay, let's go to review and approve the monthly financial report.
Good evening again. I've got my timer. Because it's almost 10 and I know that you guys are squeezed. So this is a different presentation than what we have done before. The board expressed a desire to see different details. So 2 things. We broke this up essentially by function, sort of department, and is the first time we've done this, so we had a few little hiccups. And those hiccups have been re-reported in the addendums. So they are attached to the board agenda. We didn't pull the original one down, I just added 2 more documents. And because we're gonna go through the first set of documents, I'm gonna skip those 2 departments and we'll pick them up on the addendum, okay? And I'll point that out to you when we get to it. So what we've done is we have broken up the reporting essentially by what is classified as function, what is being done, and that's mostly how we broke it up. And then when it comes to something like special ed is a particular goal, and it encompasses a lot of different functions. So that is part of where we ended up with some crossover, and we still may have some crossover. I'll have to refine this one because it's got detail that really needs to be parsed out completely. So as we go through this and maybe present this next month, I may realize, oh, wait a minute, this was included here and here, so I'm gonna have to pull that out as well. So just allow us a little bit of grace as we go through this in the next couple of months because this is very different. Having said that, this is the same format that I usually give you. Usually what you'll see is unrestricted, and we'll talk about that, and then we'll talk about categoricals or all of the other grants that we've got, which is the restricted side. When I do this by function, it will grab everything that is within that function, whether or not it's unrestricted or categorical, and it'll report it. So instruction, we'll use that one, because that is the first one that we have coming up. And instruction will be the teachers that we have in unrestricted, and it'll also be the various different categorical programs that have an instructional component to them. And based on the school accounting code, California School Accounting Code, we report things in function. So even if you are a categorical, you will have instructional function, which is a 1,000. You don't need to necessarily know that, but I will let you know so that you will be even deeper into this. So that crossover then takes what we used to have as a side-by-side unrestricted and restricted, and it lumps it into what are we doing for instruction. Now, when I give you or present to you the interim reports, the adopted budget, and the unaudited actuals, a secondary report that is in there is that functional analysis. Reports by function, rather than the normal reports by object code. And when I bring you the second interim, I will point that out to you. It's a little bit deeper, and it's like one of the last reports in each one of the funds, but I'll point that out to you. Also in the adopted budget, if you go back and find your easy read budget that we presented adoption, there's a whole page on function, and it is a circle graph with descriptions underneath it. I don't remember what page it is, but if you need a refresher as to what some of these functions are. Now, when I did function, I didn't do all of that breakdown. I did major functions, and then I broke down some of the functions like admin, because admin incorporates the board, the superintendent, fiscal services, human resources, and technology. So you have that detail in here as well. Okay, so here you have it. How would you like to proceed? Do you want to ask questions as we go through? Shall I just speak to each one of the functions?
Yes. So, looking at, you said you started with instructional services. Mm-hmm. One of the things that jumped out to me that I would just like to have clarity on as we go through the different departments, where you have the second column, budget adjustments. Is that explained somewhere? So this is what got added to the budget, because we see the adopted plus the adjustment is the current budget.
Right, so this is probably a really good place to kind of refresh on that. So as you're going from left to right, the adopted budget is actually what you adopted back in June. And then since then, between the adopted budget and the current budget, which is the working budget at December, we have made various different budget adjustments. So if it's a positive, it is what has been added, and if it's a negative, it's what has been removed from that major object code. So the budget adjustments is cumulative for the year. It's not something that happened in December. It is from July through December. This is a cumulative adjustment in each one of those line items.
So we had $1 million extra in each certificated and classified salaries.
Across all types of revenue, across unrestricted and restricted. Now, some of those things might be timesheets that are budgeted after adoption from carryover money in categorical programs. We didn't spend all of our money in, let's say, community schools, because it was mentioned earlier this evening. And so now community schools have adjusted their budgets for carryover, and they're going to do more PD, or they're going to allow for additional time. You heard one of our one of our principals say they really like a mental health therapist. So those could be some of those adjustments. Again, it is across the whole of the general fund, both restricted and unrestricted.
Okay.
And likewise, we've added $1 million to classified salaries.
Right.
And then right on down, and then services and other, 2.6 million between the beginning of the year and December. And most of those changes, not all of those changes, but most of those changes would have been done in categoricals. Now, we did add teachers. We thought we were going to need this many teachers at adoption, and we ended up with more students enrolled, and so we had to add teachers in various different places. So we did add some in the unrestricted fund. But most of these changes are going to be categorically sourced.
Now, Beth, how do you, knowing what we know now from the facilities report and what we have now, I don't foresee us doing a layoff, correct? I mean, we're not gonna.
Those two things are mutually exclusive. The facilities funds cannot be spent on staff.
No. I mean by looking at the additional enrollment. That's what I meant by
okay, so the projected enrollment?
Yes, the district enrollment.
Okay.
And so what I'm asking is that we're okay in regards to staff. We're not going to look at any layoffs. Am I correct or no?
I can't say either one based on this, because this is a snapshot right now. This is not a multi-year projection, which would entail going into another year, making projections on revenue, making projections on expenditures, making projections on staffing needed. I mean, all of that is a multi-year, and that was not done for this.
Yeah, I think I apologize because I don't know that we explained ourselves well.
Well, and that's why we're here.
Right.
That's why we're here. So, let me go through
this. Have so many more questions to the spreadsheet, because I mean, it's pretty much like what you give us. It's just by department, and so those increases were like, why? It's just so global.
It is.
That it's different pieces coming from, and so I guess it was our lack of explaining what we wanted to see. And so to see, for me, it was like, my example would have been if a director came to you and said, Beth, can you print me out my working budget? I want to know what I've got, left in these amount, this account, what have I spent so far, just so that it kind of gives us an idea of what working budget they're working off of, and how it all just makes sense in the sense to us as far as the needs that are out there.
I would say that this is pretty much, this is the 20,000 foot level, okay? Because we can all get lost in the weeds, and the weeds are really my department's, job in order to make sure we get them all lined up. And I don't mean any disrespect to that, but we could spend forever in the weeds. But this is pretty much what would happen. So we're looking at instructional services right now. So,
Is that 10?
That's 10 minutes right there. That was fun. So,
okay, we're done.
So Dr. Myers might come to me and say, what do I have in my budgets. And this would be the 20,000 foot level, because she is instructional services, and underneath her is community schools, and it's Title I, and Title II, and Title III, and Title IV, and it's going to be the ELOP program for the instructional portion of the ELOP program. So all of those things would be in there, and that would be the conversation, and then she'd say, okay, well, let's look at this particular or that particular. So, you know, and then likewise, if we turn the page to special education, it would be the same sort of thing. There are 2 different special ed federal funds, there are 3 different special ed state funds, and then this is the global special ed. So when Dr. Gutierrez comes to me and says, okay, what do I got and where is it and what am I going to do with it? You know, we would look at this at 20,000 feet, we bring it all together and you can say, well, in special ed, this is what's going on. If I move down to, let's skip student services because that's one of the revised reports. If I move down to something like human resources, all right, so Ms. Villaleon will come to me and she'll say, well, you know, what do I have in my budget and what can I do with it? Well, this is what you've got in your budget and you can move it. And what we do is we allow both site administrators and district administrators within their budget, as long as it's legal, and 99% of the time it's legal, and others it's like, well, we'll find a better way of doing that. They can move within their budget. So Ms. Villaleon says, I've got all of this contracted services budget, but I really need recruitment supplies. Okay, well, I'm looking at this and it doesn't look like you're going to quite spend all of this money, so why don't we move some of the money from this contracted services into your supplies? And she'll go, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And then she'll have her staff initiate that. So those are the types of things that happened at this ground level as we're looking at these things.
Right.
Similar to when Mr. Bezzetta says, all right, we've got this project that we want to do. What do you think is the best way of funding that? We will sit and take a look at all of his funds and say, does it qualify here? Does it qualify there? And where do we think the best, you know, use of those funds are going to be? Part of my goal in supporting this team that's here is to, one, make sure that we're legally compliant, which is a lot easier, you know, than it really sounds heavier, and they're really good about what they do. But also make sure we don't lose any funds. So if we've got funds that have got an expiration date, let's use those first. It doesn't work in there. Support them when instructional technology and Mr. Johnson says, you know, I've got this opportunity that if we get a grant or if we get a contract right now and lock in for 5 years, it'll save us from any increases in those costs. That is how I support them. So we have those conversations on a regular basis. It's just, how deep in the weeds do you really want to get?
Well,
and then what can I do at a board meeting
right.
that can get me, you know, be a good use of your time in providing this information?
Right, because I think even doing, you know, when we've had each department come and report, you know, it's what are the needs from each department as well? Do they need more staff? You know, because like Aaron's department, does he need more staff? And where would that come from? So it's having that level of understanding. And then too, when layoffs come, I don't want to be surprised as to how we got there. Because with this level of understanding, we're going to know how we got there.
Right. I would say yes and no. And the reason I would say yes and no is because the bigger player in potentially reductions in force is going to be your unrestricted general fund and your LCAP, and where those monies, how they go up and they go down. Those are the bigger players. Mostly because that's where most of your staff is, and because your categoricals, for the most part, are continuing, and we try not to put long-term staff in categoricals if we can avoid it. Title I is an exception. The district made a decision to support early literacy with Title I intervention teachers, and so even when there's not enough Title I money, we contribute in order to balance those out, because that was a commitment the district made years and years ago, and it's showing that it's, you know, it's got good results in that. So I think that when you're looking at financial statements to say, am I concerned that we're going to have the financial resources to go through another year without a reduction in force? Or what do I see as a problem that's going to cause me to consider a reduction in force? The other report is probably a little bit better because it pulls in those expenditures that you, one, have the most control over, and two, are probably the most volatile. They have the most staff in them. So that report, and I have nothing against this report if this is what you're looking for, but that report, if that's where your focus is probably a better one, because it shows you where are we and what's going on with that unrestricted budget. And again, unrestricted is going to be the completely unrestricted budget, and it's going to be the LCAP. And the LCAP, you know, with the shifts in our student population, is a little bit more volatile. You know, if you'll allow the word gentrification of Hollister, the percentage of unduplicated pupils is going down on the natural based on where we are, and based on all of the development that we just barely brushed on at the special meeting earlier this evening. So that's where we need to be concerned and where we need to be focused, and where, you know, I'm working with Dr. Myers with her LCAP and the goals, and because we also have a lot of staff in the LCAP. The LCAP has supported a bunch of supplemental staff that's important to everything that we do in this district. So,
this is my biggest fear, is we have such a volatile federal government right now. We don't know what's happening there, what's going to happen with the budgets, and then we have not a healthy state. You know, what's going on with the state economy. So to me, we've got a lot of things that we have to prepare for. We're lucky that we have increased enrollment, but that's only going to cover so much. That's what I'm worried about.
and we've got the second interim that's going to be coming up in March. You know, we'll present that to you in March, which will kind of incorporate the impact we're seeing from the increased enrollment. We've got CBEDS to CBEDS, 88 more students. That is not the same as and I have to remind you, it's not the same as the enrollment that the superintendent will show you, which changes, you know, but based on that and the percentages of CBEDS to P1, which was December, P2, which will be April, you know, we project where that the enrollment or the LCFF for the year will end up being. That's the number that we look at, and we'll be talking about that a little bit more in March. So
I don't envy you, Beth, because I think this is going to be really hard for us to, you know, we're counting on you. You've done such a wonderful job for us, and this is not going to be easy. I think we're going to have to be very conservative with what we do here, because I mean, the writing, what's happening in Washington and what's going to happen in Sacramento, I mean, it's just all over the place.
So yes, may we all live in interesting times.
Yes.
So,
to say the least.
As we go, do you want to go through this just really quickly? Are there specific questions? Because I did revise the student services because I had captured too many things in there, and there was some overlap, and then I revised the board as well. So again, using functions, I had left the 7,000 function open too far, and it included human resources, business, and technology, so it was duplicated in the original one. The revised one, which is attached to the agenda as a secondary addendum, has got the actual carve out of that. So I can discuss that if you'd like, or we can go through the individual pages, or if we didn't understand what you were looking for, and maybe you feel you didn't quite communicate it right, let us know. You know, if you want to look at this in a different manner.
I, for one, feel like
I'm not done.
There she is. I think you have given us a really good 20,000 foot perspective, and to get lost in the weeds right now is not what I was looking for. I just, I think what our biggest concern, this is just me talking, is we don't want to have any layoffs if we can avoid it, and it's hard to predict what's happening at Washington and Sacramento, and we just want to have a solid understanding of where everybody is being employed, and can we keep everybody? Can we pull some from some different budgets? Can we make it work so that we can stay stable?
Well,
That's the biggest.
And I will say that from the moment I got here, you were clear on your message that you did not want to go through reduction in force again. We all know at the cabinet level that you don't want to do that, and that's what drives our conservative estimates as we look at things like multi-year projections, as we make fiscal decisions. And so we are very clear on the board's direction that we don't want to do that. We will do the best we can. There's no telling what the state, will end up doing. And so, again, we strive to be conservative, and I know I've said this and you're probably tired of hearing it, but it's easier to add money to your budget after the budget's been adopted or after we know how many students are going to be enrolled than to go out and project that. And this is I don't mean this to be any slight on any of the demographers or the people that do those studies. They are projecting, and they get to make a projection from their expertise based on the information that they've had and historical trends and all of that, and then they get to go home. And we have to live with the decisions that we make.
Right.
So if we go into, and I am going beyond this and talking about multi-years, and we will talk again more in March, but if we go into an adoption for next year, saying we're not going to get any more kiddos than we have right now, that is the minimum that the state will pay us on. Okay, we know that. If we go down in enrollment, next year we will get paid on this year's kiddos. So we do know that that is a safe projection. And then when we get CBEDs in late fall and we know how many kiddos we've got, and then the school sites turn in their P1 enrollment in December before they go on break, then it's like, okay, what's the result of all of the attendance initiatives that we've done, coupled with how many more kiddos we've got, and are we going to go up, and is it going to be measurable? And I'm not going to tell you that answer yet until March, because you gotta wait. Otherwise, all the fun's gone. So we will be conservative on that. And until we get to the May revise, we have to continue to do what we do in our projections. Because what's coming from Sacramento is the governor says this, and it's the last year that he's going to be the governor. And the LAO's office is going to say that, is saying this. And that's how far apart they are. Yeah. And that's a little scary. And I'll bring more information when we talk about multi-years and what's the trends in the COLAs, because I think that's good information for you, just so that you can see it. I see it, I've got it, I've been tracking it for a while. You guys know on a given year what was a COLA for this year. So if you can see the trends, if the governor says this and this is what we get, it might be interesting for you to at least be aware of the volatility that's in there. So we'll be bringing that to you. But for the monthly financial statement, one of the things I made a note on tonight, because it was kicked around several times, an amount of money, you never tell the CBO that you're out of money. I will bring you, just so that you know where they are and how far they are, what's the trend on their spending. I'll bring you some stuff from the school sites so that you can see, because it's important. That's not any kind of slide on them, and every single person that's here is more focused on what's going on in the classroom with their students than they are on their budget. And that's not a bad thing, that's what we want them to do. They're supporting their students, they're supporting their teachers, they're supporting their staff. And we want them to focus on that and go, oh, I'm gonna have to go look what my budget is. Or I'm gonna have to go talk to my office staff who really know. So I'll share that information with you so you can see trending through the year, where are they? And how are they doing? And so we'll share some of that information for you. If you want this in a different way, or if you want this to show up, say, and I'm only suggesting you tell me what you want, like quarterly, we see the unrestricted and the restricted, but every, maybe once a quarter, we see it one way and then we see it this way so that we can kind of see the both of them together. Or was there a different idea as you kicked it around?
Yeah, I'd have to see the budget to actually see if that's, what you can pull in that what we're looking at, I think it's just the information.
Yeah,
and
I
how
can
it's
pull a lot of
presented.
stuff and some things take a lot of work.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking that maybe we understood what you wanted, and this was the first time, so it can all be modified. I did save these so that I could replicate them the next month, including the corrections that I made. But if you want something different, and maybe you want to think about it individually and communicate with the superintendent, who will certainly let me know. I don't know, you've got some departments that are doing a really good job. The other funds, I did, other funds after the cafeteria fund, the Student Nutritional Services Fund, that's 130. All the other funds are pretty much reported on the facility fund that we talked about, the facility funds report that we did with Mr. Bezzetta. That is the summary of it. This is each one of those funds, okay? And I just put them all together. They start at 14 and they go to 350, 350 being the state reimbursement fund. So if I'm working my way backward, Fund 13, which is the cafeteria fund, all of the resources that are in the cafeteria fund are all shown together in one place. This is not unlike, for the cafeteria fund, this is not unlike what you would see on either one of the interim reports or the adoption or the unaudited actuals, because that's a fund report. Everything that is in the other funds, each one of them, 14, 25, 21, 210, 212, and 350, they each have their own summary fund report in those interims and adoption. So these reports in the back are going to be very much what you see at the interims as, you know, the fund report. This is just chunked out. Now what you will see is you'll see by function, because some of them have multiple functions and some of them don't. The function for cafeteria fund, as an example, is just 3,700. That's in its own fund. But it's also, you know, it's either the fund or it's the function, but it's all student nutrition. So all of the different resources are in there. Working my way backwards, you've got the maintenance. That's the routine restricted maintenance account. That's the account that we fund with 3% of the total expenditures in any given year at adoption. That's a required minimum contribution to there. Human resources, technology, and business are our little department funds. And they incorporate lots of things. Licenses are included in instructional technology. Some contracts, some district level contracts are included in fiscal services, because they've just always been fiscal services. And human resources has got things from recruitment to legal to some of the licenses that they have for getting fingerprinting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of weeds down in there. You do see the contracts that come through. Unfortunately, this report and the report that you have normally seen only show the actual checks we've written, not any of the contracts and the purchase orders that are let out. It's just a board report through the county system, and it just doesn't incorporate that. It's unfortunate. So, feedback?
So, go ahead, Jen.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, we're looking at time here, it's 9:45. So, you wanna wrap it up, Liz?
Well, I know Cheryl has some questions.
Okay.
You know, because I'm looking, I can see, I'm starting to get to know Cheryl, so I know she's got questions. So why don't we give her a chance to ask some questions?
I do, I guess. You know, we've talked at different board meetings about, oh, well, this department needs an extra person, or, you know, something's coming up, can we send some people your way for a short period of time, you know, technology, or, you know, food service we might say, you know, we need more people for whatever reason. And I think one of the things that I was concerned about was how those additions affected our budget. And so, because maybe we as a board need to hold back a little bit on being so, oh, you need a little bit of extra help, you know.
Can you say that one more time? Because that's music to a CBO's ears.
But what I see here, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know that these numbers are all the budget, you know, restricted and unrestricted. And you said that the unrestricted money is what we really need to worry about in terms of the RIFs and all of that. So something like this, can you flesh those out? For example, just looking at instructional services and seeing the adjustment.
And
that
so
needed
give
to be
you
made.
two different, let me see if I'm hearing you right. Using instructional services, give you two different reports for instructional services, one that's unrestricted and one that's restricted.
Possibly, or, you know, here is the $6.6 million in adjustments, right?
Okay.
And out of that 6.6, X amount is restricted, and X amount is unrestricted.
That's two reports.
So it would have to be a whole separate report.
It would have to be.
So instructional services A and instructional services B. Okay.
Or instructional services U and instructional services R.
Okay, there you go. Because when I looked through all of these, just the adjustments from the adopted through December, correct? That's what these all represent. The adjustments are about $12 million.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, you know, in my simple mind, does that mean we didn't project our budget correctly? Did we budget correct or adopt correctly, but we, you know, times changed and now we're at $12 million extra? How am I reading it incorrectly?
So if you will go back to, and they're available online, if you'll go back to the December first interim report, you will see changes in the budget on the unrestricted side and on the restricted side. Okay, they won't be this report, it's actually the state's report. You go back one more month to November. I gave this kind of a financial report in November. In that financial report in November, if you go to the last pages that are restricted, you will see a ton of adjustments on the restricted side. Now, as a reminder, a lot of our categorical funds allow us to have a fund balance and roll that fund balance over. But we never adopt what we think is going to be the carryover fund balance. Others have unearned revenue. And so it doesn't end up in fund balance, we have to put it on the balance sheet and say, we've got this money early, but we didn't spend it, so we have to take it out, we can't count it as revenue. We don't know what that number exactly is until after we close the books. That also gets added in after we adopt the budget. Those two big things happen on the categorical side. If you look at November's financial statement that I did, that's online, and you go to the categorical, you'll see that they started with $35 million of carried over fund balance. That's after we close the books. And then they deficit spent by $25 million, which is shocking. But we point out that deficit spending on a categorical side means you're spending that fund balance, money that you could have spent in a previous year and it carried over, and now you're spending it in this year. And I'll add a caveat to that. We got an 8-year grant, the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. That was more than a $7 million grant. It was never intended for it to be spent in 1 year. So we have carried over money every year in that, spent down and spent down and spent down. The primary purpose of that is summer school. We are stretching that out for as many of those 8 years as we possibly can to cover summer school so that it doesn't hit the unrestricted general fund, so it doesn't hit the LCAP. So those are things that you will see in that fund balance, and then it gets spent, and then it gets spent. So those are very natural, but to find what you're looking for, you need to go to that report.
Okay.
And then if you're looking at that same report and you go to the first couple pages unrestricted, where are we on that unrestricted? Did we budget inappropriately? Did we miss something in the budget? That does happen sometimes. Were there changes? Are we responding to changes? What we talked about, we had to add staff. We had more students and we had to add staff, okay? One thing that is not one of those changes is the increase to the HESTA contract, because we knew what that was at adoption and we budgeted for that. But CSEA and HAL were not. They were only just done this fall. So those have been in addition to the budget. And that was reflected in second interim. So that is going to be a better place for you to say, do I need to panic yet? She's showing me $6 million worth of changes in instructional services alone. Do I need to panic because that's something that I should be controlling? Or is that something that is in the nature of categorical programs? So from that standpoint, this tells you what the different departments are doing, which is also very good. As an example, instructional services is running with an $80 million budget to deliver our prime directive to the citizens of Hollister. $80 million from all resources. I think that's an important number. It's a good number for you to know periodically. You'll also, like I said, you'll see it on adoption and you'll see it on the functional report, and I'll point that out next time we see that. So these are interesting reports. They do give you a different way of looking at things, and I applaud you for saying, I don't want to see the same old thing. Show me something different. Let me think about something different. Let me ask different kinds of questions because you're presenting the same information in a different way. That shows the growth that you've made and really embracing your budget. And I mean that sincerely. So if there's a different way, or if you want this kind of in a cycle, or I see 2 reports, I think that we could do that. We can have maybe in the study session that we're going to do, I bring you some of this in like 2 reports, you know, along with where we think we're going to be going. We're just open to whatever you think that you want to look at and look at things in a different way, in a fresh perspective. You just need to let me know and we'll work it out. I'll figure out a way of getting it done. The system is again, if you don't want to get into the weeds, which I really don't recommend because I've got reports that are like this thick that are in the weeds, and it won't mean as much to you. But if there's something you want to focus on, like facility funds, I mean, that's an easy one that's already set up, you know. If there's something else you want to look at, we can certainly do that as well. So we're just open to whatever you suggest.
And I think as a recommendation, is perhaps just maybe a couple board members meeting with you.
Sure.
To kind of look at some of those sample reports to really see, okay, and you taking the time to explain, this is what this shows, this is what, you know, and then from that, perhaps that those 2 board members can say, I think this is what we were asking for. But I think giving them the opportunity to meet with you and kind of educating us on the differences.
Love it.
And pinpointing the one that makes sense for us, I think would be great.
Yeah, love it. You just let the superintendent know when she set something up. This is not a committee, this is just information.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we
Thank
need
you.
to approve this, right? We need to make a motion to approve.
Approve and accept.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the monthly financial report.
I'll second.
All right, so, Ms. O'Connor?
Aye.
Vote. And Ms. Toasty?
Aye.
Mrs., I don't know why I called you Miss. Mrs. Rios?
Aye.
Mrs. Martinez?
Aye.
And Jen, I'm an aye, so that's 5 zip. All right, discussion and approval of registered behavior technician and special education behavior technician job description, second reading.
On December 9th, the Board of Trustees approved the first reading of the job descriptions and the memorandum of understandings that accompanied each of these job descriptions. And tonight we've come before the board with the second reading. The job descriptions remain the same. With an approval tonight, staff will be able to move forward with the hiring process to implement these positions and this system of behavior supports in the district. Are there any questions for me tonight regarding these job descriptions?
I tell you, it's a long time coming. Very happy.
Yes.
Any comments?
Nope.
All right, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the registered behavior technician and special education behavior technician job descriptions.
Second.
All right, so, Mrs. O'Connor?
Aye.
Mrs. Toasty?
Aye.
Mrs. Rios?
She stepped out.
Oh, okay, so Mrs. Martinez?
Aye.
And Mrs. Grist is yes, so 4 zip. Okay, let's do, discussion and approval of the 2026-2029 ELOC and ACE plan.
Good evening again. So I present to you the 3-year plans for our extended learning opportunity programs. They've been updated with information that is now current with CDE request, and I am happy to answer any questions. We will bring these back annually now. There will be a review period with the committee, and then these will be presented to you each year. Any questions?
Do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve. Thank you.
A second?
Second.
Okay, so, Mrs. O'Connor?
Aye.
Mrs. Toasty?
Aye.
Mrs. Rios?
Aye.
Mrs. Martinez?
Aye.
And Mrs. Grist is an aye, 5 zip. Let's go to discussion and approval of contract with Pine Hill for student number 115553.
So, a student transferred to the Hollister School District from a school district in San Jose. The student came with an IEP, which called for placement at a non-public school while that student was enrolled in San Jose. The Hollister School District's IEP team that works with this student recommended that to benefit the student, there should be continued placement at Pine Hill School. What this contract is that it allows for that student to maintain their placement at Pine Hill School now that they are technically a Hollister School District student. The special education department will continue to monitor progress from the program, conduct site visits, and determine when we can have the consideration of transferring the student or transitioning the student back to the Hollister School District, technically, I guess, for the first time. So tonight we are asking for the board's approval to continue the service of placing the student at Pine Hill School.
Do I have any discussion?
So I'll make a motion to approve the contract with Pine Hill for student number 115553.
Second?
Okay, so, Mrs. O'Connor?
Aye.
Mrs. Toasty?
Aye.
Mrs. Rios?
Aye.
Mrs. Martinez?
Aye.
And Mrs. Grist is an aye, 5 zip. Okay, we have consent items, A through G. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve consent items 18A through 18G.
I'll second.
Okay, Mrs. O'Connor?
Aye.
You're aye. Mrs. Toasty?
Aye.
Mrs. Rios?
Aye.
Mrs. Martinez?
Aye.
Okay, Mrs. Grist is an aye. So that's 5-0. Okay, board member report. Mrs. O'Connor.
I have nothing to report, but I'm excited about some of the site visits that I'll get to do.
Okay. Mrs. Chosky.
I attended the LCAP at RSJ with Liz. Was good. And also, I want to say with the increase in funds from the board stipend, I'm going to donate 2/3 of the increase to each school site, specifically sports equipment, balls, etc. So each classroom has these things available for the students. It'll be one school site per month. And that's it.
You're precious.
Okay. Mrs. Rios.
I have nothing to report.
Mrs. Martinez.
Ditto with Kathy. We did the LCAP meeting at Rancho San Justo, and it was a good meeting.
I went to HGLA and Mays with Mrs. Sanchez, and it was a great visit at both sites. Very informative, and I truly enjoyed my visits. So I enjoyed it. Do I have any future agenda items for anybody? Well, we do have one. We have to come up with a new date for finishing our facilities report. So you'll come up with a date for us that'll work?
Yes, I will contact the consultant, Jeff Smalls, to ask for his availability, and I will share that with the board.
Okay. Is that the only one, right? Why do I think there's one other?
We also have to set a budget study session date.
Yes.
Okay, and then is it tomorrow, is it Thursday there's a budget thing, or?
Yes, at the county office, off
The
the
annex,
south
I
side,
think.
the annex.
So, is somebody gonna get a report for me or something, cause I'll still be here. I'm getting released on Thursday, but I did sign up for it, so.
We can bring her a copy.
Okay, great. All right, any announcements or reminders? Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, it's 10:04 and we're done. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. I made it. Ay, ay, ay. Did you see the nurse? He was getting after me. Came twice and yelled at me. You need to get up and go to the bathroom.